What's up, everybody? It's Sunday. It's 11:13 a.m. I'm artisanmc, and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through today. Let me mute this. One second. All right. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I am looking for 10 contributors for today's stream. It is Scorpio season, and I have a reason to be angsty, so support a nigga coffee fund. Support the coffee fund. Not for bitches, for legit coffee. I'm serious. Shout out to everybody in the building who came through early. Shout out to my cinephilic brother, Malika Me Bain. Malika, we got something to talk about that. I just heard the little report that Quentin Tarantino was taking shots at Marvel. They say it was Marvel, and basically it's Disney. I'll tell you why. I think it's just Disney. Shout out to Aquateki, number one wrench in the building, leader of the wrecking crew. Was good, Aquateki. Said Geek Elite assemble. Yes, sir. We are here. And there are people in here. We got a whole play group right now. We got 12 people. You know what that means in Magic play? Multiplayer madness, motherfucker. Multiplayer madness. Everybody get it. You got death for everybody. Wrath of God for all. What's up, Pragmatic? My good brother, the Doughboy, the artist formerly known as Doughboy. I'm going to call you Doughboy. I'm going to call you Doughboy, period. So, look, I gave you that nickname. You can't decide when you give it up. Nigga, no. No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. I'm going to call you Doughboy till I feel like I'm finished doing it. How about that? So just to work with you a little bit, I will call you the artist formerly known as Doughboy. How about that? How about that now? You still going to be Doughboy. You're my homeboy. So, yeah, the Applejack Fund. Yeah, because I need a refill. I really do need a refill. But it's birth month. You know what it is in birth month. Birth month is Sinatra. It's Sinatra on birth month. It is. This is Sinatra month. Look, it's fall. It's fall, or it's winter, whatever you want to call it. It's fall. Leaves are brown and orange. I get that black and orange bottle and start to pour in that good liquor. Yes, get me right. Probably should do it today, just so you guys can share with me, because today is the 6th of November. That means it is nobody I know Noah's birthday yet. But tomorrow, I got 4 birthdays, actually. 4 birthdays tomorrow. Day after that, I have 1 birthday. And then the day after that, so Monday I have 3, Tuesday I have 1, Wednesday I have 1, and then Saturday is my birthday. Somebody I know on the 3rd, somebody else I know is on the 11th now. Somebody else is on the 11th. And somebody's on the 13th. Yes, you do need to find it this year and get it. You need to get some of that and some Winter Jack. You need to get some Winter Jack, because this is Winter Jack time. I should have drank that last night when I couldn't sleep. So if I feel like I'm low energy today, y'all, it's because I woke up 3 times last night. All night. It was fucked up. And I was in the bed all yesterday resting, and my sleep has just been screwed. This weather is fucking with me, clogging me up, so I can't sleep right. What up, Dr. Anwar in the building? Big discussions, entertainment, E&M. Should shorten that title, man. I'm just saying. Big discussions. What is it? Semicolon? I forget the grammatical thing, but 3T probably in here somewhere. She can correct me on that. But big discussions, semicolon, E&M. Entertainment and media. All right, who has their Wakanda Forever tickets? I do. I have my Wakanda Forever tickets. I bought it over a month ago for the 11th, 5:40 p.m. Told you I was going to see the movie. I'm supporting the black folks that's in the movie. I'm not supporting the movie bullshit. You can forget that. You can forget all that. That's why I'm not listening to spoilers and none of that shit. Oh, shit. We got the Vendetta in here, the Grinch guy. What's good? Grinch Muad'Dib. Working on a new book right now. But I dropped the like. Appreciate the like. And if you don't know who the Grinch God is, See, I got this motherfucker. Now, this is just my physical copy because I always believe in buying a physical copy. You see, I bought it way back in 2020. Grinch Guide. Good book. I put it right next to Iceberg Slim. All right. You got a new book coming out? Definitely come through so we can chop it up because we want to make sure you get that one pushed out and everybody get a hold of it. So I appreciate it, Grinch. Little known secret, Grinch is he got his geeky tendencies, which amazes me. That motherfucker always amazed me. Grinch like at least 10 years younger than me. Grinch amazed the fuck out of me. He doing a hell of a lot in his young age. Y'all need to catch up. Nigga running way too fast. Running way too fast for y'all to catch, man. No one. You need to shut the hell up with that Winter Jack shit. I should drink that shit in your face just because. And while we talking about Jack Daniels, y'all got Grinch to thank for the whole reason I even know about Jack Daniels Sinatra Select. Because it was Grinch's fault. It's Grinch's fault. I did a video about this shit way back when. I did two, actually. Way back when, Grinch told Angry Man he should drink some Jack Daniels. Now, because Grinch wasn't specific, apparently, about what Jack Daniels or whiskey he told AM to go get, AM went and got fucking Sinatra Select and was on the stream drinking it. And I had never seen that before. And I'm a Jack Daniels connoisseur. I had never seen that shit. I think, what is that? Just from the way it looked, just from the way it was pouring out the bottle. I was on vacation in LA. I sidelined that whole trip and turned it into a whole mission to find that goddamn Jack Daniels. I was all over the hood looking for that shit. I finally had to go up to Hollywood to a Beverages and More in Hollywood, and they had it. And I bought it, $179. Ain't regretted it since. I buy a bottle every year since then. And that's been like, what, 3-4 years? Buy one every year. I keep one on deck just for that. Matter of motherfucking fact. 1 second. All right, for you slow people in the house. First off, this is Winter Jack. Artie More, find you some and get some of that and try it. Just one bottle. They only make it certain times of the year, so you got to go get it now or you're going to miss it. This is Sinatra Select. This is what I call the good stuff. Now, there is a $1,500 bottle of this. I didn't buy that. I was fucking with some chick that said she would buy me a bottle of that if I wore some damn Crocs, and I told her she had to buy the bottle first because I ain't doing that shit on a humbug. But this is the stuff you want. This is this delicious ass whiskey. I feel the power in it right now. My hand is trembling. Just I'm waiting for it. That's birthday drinking. That is birthday drinking. I take this bottle with me like it's an old girlfriend. Like it's that for sure piece that you can always get. Like, take that motherfucker everywhere. This one, only during the holidays. November and December, this one, because it's cider. It's good as hell. It will get people who don't like whiskey drunk as fuck because it don't taste like hard alcohol, but it's hard alcohol. All right, so that's just so y'all know I don't be capping. Just so you know, the only caps I put is on my head. Other than that, no cap, motherfucker, no cap. All right, now who else we got in here? Let us see. Let's see. Let me get to the people who actually donated in the stream already, and then we'll get to the shit because I realize sometimes I take too long. I had an interesting day yesterday going through an old video because somehow I caught a copyright on some old videos. And I told y'all before, somebody was going back through my older shop talks and they kept trying to hit on copyrights. So I locked them all up and that shit stopped on those older videos. So they jumped their ass up to the newer videos. And I went back to look at that one to see what it was in there that could have even been copywritten. I couldn't even think of anything. So I ended up just watching the older video, which has some interesting stuff in it, which had some, it was back at Easter. And it was talking about Black Panther and some of the other stuff happening with Warner Brothers. And all that stuff is happening right now. So it's like, oh shit, I look prophetic than a motherfucker. But the other thing I noticed is I diverge on topics. So I'm going to try to stick to the geekdom stuff for you guys right now. You can get it. What did I miss? Artie Ibmore. I said Artie Ibmore up in here. I'm listening. I see you. I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm seeing you. I'm listening. Appreciate you. Pragmatic Prime. What's up? Appreciate you. Zeno FHD TV. Ain't seen you in a minute, homie. What's happening? And we got Dr. Ann Warren here. That's good. Grinch was good. HRW, what's up? You got the mask on. Yeah, I'm going through 9 Doom books. Yeah. Grinch the Doom God. I'm telling you, Grinch and BGS, more so Grinch, sold me on reading the rest of the Doom series I didn't even know about. But Grinch sold me on that shit. So I tell you guys, you can't write off black men the same way black women in the greater culture writes off black men. That just because of the way they look, motherfucker don't know anything. He's stupid. He ain't got no interest. Don't make that same mistake. Get that fucking, hidden racist in your head out of there. Black men are very, very multidimensional, very multifaceted. And you would be surprised. I didn't know Grinch. I didn't even think Grinch would like that kind of shit at all. But I found 2 good reads listening to Grinch talk about what he liked about the Doom books because he read all of them, and listening to G Serotonin about the Drizzt books. 2 people you wouldn't even think about that shit from. But no, he read all of the Drizzt books, told me about it. I listened to him about it. And then I went and read the shit. I love the shit. Love that fucking character. I do. That is a black character. That was legit made about the black community. You can't read that first book and not know that. You can't. So yeah, don't be underrating people. You got to look at your brothers to the right and left of you and understand they got other sides to them too. You just have to engage that shit. And it might not be all of them. It might not. Understand it's a small group. It's not the majority. If you're in spaces like this, it seems like it's the majority, but that's the small group coming together. The magnets attracting each other. You got to recognize that for what it is. Make those connections. Shout out to Malika. Said Malika. Everybody else. Finding Sinatra is like hunting for Red October. It is. Better get you a friend at a liquor barn or whatever they got on your side of the country. Yeah, it's like, man, when it come in, let me know because this shit sell out when it comes in. It's a special selection. They don't make that shit all the time. They make it towards the holiday season because they can sell it. Think about it like this. If you got a really good product, really expensive product, right? Takes you a while to make it. When would you sell it? When would you have the highest chances of selling it at that high price? During the holidays, because everybody's spending money during the holidays. It might set you up for making your next batch to hold the rest of the year. So that's what you do. Because you understand whiskey takes a while to make whiskey. It's not immediate. It takes like a couple years. So when they release small batches of it, those are the ones that are ready right then with that recipe. The rest of them are going to be sitting for a while. They are. So you got to get it when it's out and hold on to it. It can't just turn into, this is the bottle you put out at the party. Oh no, this is not the bottle you put out at the party. This is your private stash, but this ain't the party bottle. No, you get that regular shit that's out year round for that. This stuff that they only make certain times of the year, you hold on to that. You do not screw that off like that. And trust me, it ain't showing nobody nothing if you spend that kind of money on some alcohol and then fuck it off in 15 minutes. Sitting in cups and not drink and pour it out and spill. No, hell no. You'd be ready to whoop somebody's ass. Said they got them on Audible because of Grinch. Yeah, I got a bunch of them on Audible too. All right, so let me get these 3 Bs out of the way. To people who actually supported the stream early, like I said, I'm looking for 10. I got 5. You 5 away. So let's get it, and we can get on with the damn show. First one goes out to Malika Me Bane, who donated early on y'all. Said on your left. Appreciate you, Malika. I see you on my left. I'm going to give you those praying hands, and I'll also give you the name you hung on it. The 3B salute. Appreciate you, Malika. Next one goes out to the number 1 wrench. Appreciate you, Aquateki in here. I will give you a 3B salute. Appreciate you. Next one goes out to the Doughboy, artisanmc, talking about show me the Ava. When I build it, it's still sitting in a box. You think I've had time to build a model? I didn't have time to finish the other one. No, I can't show you shit yet. So appreciate you, artisanmc. I will show it to you when I actually build it. I haven't had time to build it. I haven't. I've been working too much and too tired. And this whole month, I'm working every fucking outside of regular shift. I'm working overtime shift all month. All month. Because I took it. So free time is going to be limited for me until December. So we'll see. But I do appreciate it and appreciate you. So I will give you a 3B salute. Appreciate Next one goes out to the package man, No One. Appreciate you, No One. What did he say? No message on the first one because y'all know how No One do it. So No One getting on the board for a donation, I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. Shout out to Dr. Goodball Dunbar. Appreciate you, sir. If you go see Wakanda Forever, we're going to definitely have to compare notes because, yeah. I'm avoiding spoilers, and there's people out all over the place dropping spoilers and complaints and all kind of shit. I'm on a media blackout for Wakanda Forever. I'm not listening to shit. If you have a picture of a Black Panther in your thumbnail, I'm not watching your damn video. I'm not. You can forget that shit. I'll catch up with you next Sunday because this week I don't want to hear anything else. I got my own opinions. I got my own ideas on what is and what isn't in this movie. It's not getting any better. It's not making me feel any better when I listen to interviews with some of these people and executives and shit. Just let me watch the movie. Just let me watch the movie and get it over with. That's basically what it is. Just let me watch the movie and get it over with. And then I'll talk about it ad nauseum after that. So appreciate you, Dr. Dunbar. I will give you that 3B salute. Next one goes out to DA. Appreciate you, Darren. 1 second, I forgot something. Damn, I gotta do better. I got to do better. Appreciate you, DA. I will give you that 3B solution. And this one I save for last just because you know how it goes down. I should actually not send the praying hands. I should send a laughing emoji at this shit. So, next one goes out to the package man again for doubling up in the chat. And he said, a 1, a 2, and you know what to do.
Double up. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the was.
See, I like it when people actually have fun. So that's always fun, man. I like having fun, but I don't get to do it enough. So when I can have it and have it with people, it's more fun that way. It used to be all year long, but they changed it to C19. I don't know what he's talking about right there. It's a statue, not a model. I didn't open it. Looked like I thought it was a put together. Let me see. This motherfucker gonna derail my whole stream. Make sure he gets satisfied. Drizzt is a classic anti-hero. His adventure is a great story artist. Yeah, them Dark Elves, that I'm telling you, that first book, G was not lying. That first book of the Drizzt series, that Dark Elf shit was fucked up. That was the black community, literally. It was. And no, it wasn't written by no black dude, but this was a guy who actually studied the black community. And apparently he didn't study it with a political bent. He just studied it. Like Moynihan. And he came up with some decent depictions of what was happening in there, mixed it with all this fantasy elements. So, yeah. Dr. Dunbar said he going. All saints bless this man. Put your hands on the screen, Dr. Anwar. I will bless you. You will be blessed. Yeah, y'all get some healing powers to the doctor when he goes and see the Wakanda forever. Bless this child on his journey through perdition. Oh my gosh. Dodging spoilers like Neo dodges bullets? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If you want to get an older reference, I'm moving like Ray from a Fist of the North Star. They could just in between that shit. What up, BMT? Trigger man. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Did someone say Drizzt? I said Drizzt. I said the Drizzt. It's a Drizzt. That's a good book. I like that character. So anyway, what we got today. So today, it's been pretty quiet. Most of the news this week has been about what's going on at Warner Brothers. James Gunn taking over as as DC Studios, and him being CEO over there. What he's planning to do, the movies he's planning to do. Warner Discovery had their investors call, which I did not get to listen to. I have not found the whole clip of that, so I can listen to all of it. I heard pieces of it. And then a lot of celebrities coming out bashing Marvel. Directors and shit like that coming out having something to say about Marvel, which kind of tells you it's blood and water after that She-Hulk shit. That She-Hulk shit is blood and water. The sharks are circling. And they're not circling around the right people. I don't think. They're not. This Wakanda Forever, this is going to be the one. Right after the general audience sees this, you're going to see what's going to happen with Marvel. You're going to see what's going to happen with Marvel. If the general audience review is bad, the sharks will attack. Sharks are going to attack, and the person who's going to take the hit is Kevin Feige, and you're going to see Kevin Feige possibly get fired. You will. If not, they might get a reprieve, but all the rest of this bullshit that's going on behind the scenes is still not going to be good for it. It's not. Um, so Sauchi, I'm still saying I don't think this one will make $1 billion. I don't think this one will make $1 billion. I don't. I'll be surprised on what it makes on the opening, just because it's so much, so much. Oh my god, it's so much bullshit. It's so political now. It's not even about watching the goddamn movie anymore. It's not. There's more reasons not to watch it than to watch it. And if you haven't understood this landscape, this movie watching landscape, since the pandemic kind of lifted and people got to go out to see the movie theaters, look at the numbers. People don't want to hear this crap. They do not want to hear this crap from you while they're paying for it at the box office. Oh no, they don't want to hear this. They don't. You better give them a feel good. You better give them a good feeling. They're not coming to see your movie otherwise. Not. Look at the movies that have done really well. Look at the ones that have done really shitty. There is a trend, and folks is tired of it, dude. We're way, way tired of it. I'm thinking at this point in history, I think there are more independent critics of movies and television now than there are paid Hollywood establishment critics. I think it is. I think that balance has tipped, and that's why you can see such ridiculous things like, I hate using this, but a Rotten Tomatoes score on Black Adam versus a Rotten Tomatoes score on like a Thor Love and Thunder or some shit like that. One, the critics thought of highly and the audiences hated the shit. One, the audiences thought really highly of and the critics hated it. What's the difference? One was woke as shit. Critics loved it. The other one wasn't woke. The audiences loved it. Critics hated it. I'm just saying, dude, there's too many extra voices out there now. There's too many extra voices out there now for you to just think that this whole discussion about these movies and what the populace thinks of it can just be, gate kept by a small group of individuals. Mm-mm. They're pushing the wrong message, and I'm telling you that fan hate, I'm happy to see, is finally turning in a sense that people who openly state that they hate the fans, they don't like the fans, they don't like the products or the IPs that they're working on, they say that openly, that their stuff is dying and they're getting pulled. Yes. Good. They should have been. Should have did it a long time ago. But the fact that you're doing it, I'm happy. Good. Do it quicker. And more. More of it. Because that shit needs to go. You're ruining all of these properties. And every time you hear somebody talk about, oh, they don't like the property that they're working on, then quit. That's my first thought in my head. Then quit. Nobody made you work on that. Quit. Do something else. Or make up your own. That would be a good one, wouldn't it? Non-creative asses. We still need 3 more people to hit the goal, but we'll get into some of this if y'all got some question. Yeah, are the immortal writers on The Witcher? Yeah. That's why I wasn't mad about Henry for leaving. I'd heard Witcher had turned into a whole woke fest. I'm like, I never played the game, but that's not what I thought it was. And my boy Sam was trying to really sell me on watching The Witcher. No, you got to watch it for his fight scenes and stuff like that. They're really good. I said, I don't doubt that. I mean, I've been rocking with Henry Cavill since The Immortals, right? I don't doubt the fight scenes are good, right? I don't doubt that. But, dude, look. There's a certain thing from the Netflix camp, right? You can see it in The Witcher. You can see it in Castlevania. You can see it in that bullshit they did to Cowboy Bebop. They go film. They find a way to make that story completely about the one chick that's in it and elevate her up. And then you look behind the scenes and check out the writing room of the producer, whoever the fuck it is, and you see it's a bunch of fucking Caucasian women that don't even like this shit. If you talk to them, I never watched it. Then why are you working on it? Why are you just wanting to work on it? Oh, I get it. This is your get on, right? Since Weinstein is in jail, you can't sleep your way to the top anymore. So now you just got to do the Dutch, right? I get it. Okay, whatever. But they pour no love, no interest, no excitement, no appreciation for the fan base that they're making this, that they're supposed to be making this for. And I'm not saying you listen to every critic and put whatever they say they didn't like into the show. That's not what I'm saying at all. Let's grow up about this thing, okay? Let's wait a minute. I got a whole gift for that, and I need to make sure I use it every day.
Grow up! Grow up! Grow up!
Let's understand that's not the idea. The idea is you understand the fan base. Hopefully, you were part of the fan base. And you make something that is appreciative of the fan base, honors that fan base, and something that you want to show them in keeping with that fandom, that they would accept as being a furthering of what they liked about it. Not turn around and Trojan horse that shit and then come into their fandom and try to kill all of them in it. Brought the horse in, left it overnight, and then in the middle of the night, all these rainbows jump out of this shit. You never liked y'all anyway. Fuck your fandom. How's that working for y'all? Because you're taking a lot of look. Zaslav was the start. Chapig is the second. I keep saying Chapig, not Chapig. It's K. Chapig. Chapig is the second. They need a third over at Marvel. They need a third. They need a third one to start pushing this shit out the door. And if you're worried about where they're gonna go, well, I heard KK was starting up a production studio. Why don't you send them all over there? Since the ideas seem like they could all be aligned together. Send them over there. It seems like they'll find a home. Since they're so good. Yeah, X-Men 97 should be good. I don't know. I really don't know, Art. Even though the dude came out and said all of that about the Witcher staff, he busted them out. I don't know. You know why? Who is under Kevin Feige over at Marvel? Who sits there and has executive powers over all of these shows? Who was sitting up there gushing in her pantsuit on the purple carpet about all this representation in Wakanda Forever? No. I'm fingers crossed, but I'm not hoping for much. Not hoping for much. Yeah, Skillmonger. Pew, pew, everybody gotta go. Yeah, they gotta go. Because that's killing all of this stuff. You can't make money off of it. You can't. In my mind, She-Hulk should have been a slam dunk. Obi-Wan Kenobi should have been a slam dunk. A Boba Fett should have been a slam dunk. You should have been 360 windmill in that shit like, ugh, got this. Wow. Should have been a slam dunk. But no. None of it was. Fan base built in, fan love characters, a big fan base of male fans who love the characters. You get there and it turns into something else, and everybody is like, the male fans looking at the female fans, and the female fans looking at the males. Is like, what the hell was that? Exactly. Look, man, this stuff is maddening at the very least. And because of that, a lot of good stuff goes unbeknownst. Now you can't say that it's all about the fan base being misogynist and stuff like that when the fan base is largely made up of males and females. It's more males than females, but they're both in the same place. You can't say that, right? Is a female who hates it misogynist? No. No, she's not. She just don't like bitches for the most part. Right? I lost my point. But you can't have those two things and then still say it's all them when you have shows like House of the Dragon, which is a female-led cast, which was awesome. I mean, even by comparison to the rest of the shows that was out there at the same time, She-Hulk, Rings of Power, House of the Dragon looks like it was awesome. And it might have just been an average fucking show. It might have just been an average show. It might have just been a 6 out of 10, right? But compared to them other two goofballs and the stuff that they were running up the flagpole, it looks like a 10 out of 10. Your female fan base, your male fan base, all on board, new fans on board, everybody locked in, gearing up for second season. Even after, like, yeah, you dropped the ball with season 8 of Game of Thrones, I don't know. Kind of won you back, though, didn't it? How? What was this show, House of the Dragon, doing that She-Hulk wasn't doing? What was House of the Dragon doing that Rings of Power wasn't doing? Because if you know the backstory, the people who wanted to work on Rings of Power at first left Amazon. It went to HBO, and they did House of the Dragon. So that looks like a real big egg on the face bukkake moment for them. You mean you had these two dudes and you let them go? You should have got them. Because they just beat you. Head to head. Beat you. Now, you see stuff like that, and you think about Andor. I think about Andor. I still haven't put out my review for the last episode 9, but I got caught up with work. Sorry, it's late. But I should have it out before the next episode comes out. But look at it like this. Andor is a good show. Andor is another show that's a 6 out of 10. Right? If you need a scale number, because some people need that. I don't use that. I'm just trying to give it to you in a visual representation. It's probably a 6 out of 10. Right? In a normal situation where everything being written is really good, 6 out of 10. For me right now, it's looking like a 10 out of 10 compared to Kenobi and Boba Fett. Are you kidding me? Can we give it an 11? I'd rank it at 10 next to Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and The Rise of Skywalker. I give it a 10 out of 10 over that. And it's slower. And ain't nobody popped a lightsaber one time. I don't give a shit. It's better writing, better acting. And it's not to say that the actors that was on those movies were shit. It's not to say the actors in the shows were shit. The direction, the writing was shit. You can't tell me that the same guy, just to make the concept for everybody who's not watching Andor, the same person writing this show is the same person that wrote Rogue One. And if you understand Star Wars and Disney when they took over Star Wars, Rogue One is the only exception, really, to all the rest of the shit, other movies they did since then. Rogue One is the exception. And you only had a lightsaber at the very end. This Andor show is like the lead up before that to telling you who this Andor cat is. Like, yeah, you know he dies at the end. Just like in Rogue One, you knew it don't matter who's in this movie, they ain't making it out of it. Legit Suicide Squad without the name. So you already know. Look, I'm just locked into the movie. I'm not going to see them in A New Hope, so it don't matter. Everybody dies in this, right? Okay, well, let's see what the story actually is. Story was engaging. Story had you there. You felt something for seeing those characters go. You felt bad for them having to go. The Andor show takes you to meeting one of those characters first. Takes you to see the beginnings of the rebellion. The rebellion didn't start at New Hope. It didn't even start in Rogue One. It started before that. This is all the groundwork for what becomes the Rebel Alliance. And the key to that is watching episode 8. You know why? Because you have Forrest Whitaker reprising his role as Saw Gerrera in it, right? The Saw Gerrera that you saw on Jeddah in Rogue One, right? All beat up and stuff like that. Okay, at this point in time in Andor, he's not beat up. His armor's fresh. He cool. He talk, no scars, nothing. He hasn't got to the point that led him to where you saw him in Rogue One. This is before. And when he's sitting down there talking to Luthen, who you don't know who the hell Luthen is, but I already told you my theory on Luthen. I think Luthen is a Jedi who went undercover, gave it up. That's why he got a blue kyber crystal just hanging out around his neck that he won't back. Might have came out of his lightsaber. Because who else is that damn beholden to kyber crystals? When they're sitting there having that conversation and they're talking about it, and Saw Gerrera lists off all the numbers of people, all the different factions of people that are together, coming together in this rebellion. Study the English language. What does alliance mean? What does alliance mean? It means all these groups, separatists, humanists, such and such, all those people that came together, those different factions that came together, they form the Rebel Alliance. Because they all brought different things to the table. Somebody had ships, somebody had the manpower, somebody had some of this other stuff, somebody had the connections on the different planets. That had to be brought together by somebody. By somebody's, some people. And it took money, resources, grabbing different things they could from the Empire. That's why the Rebel fleet looks like it's old and junky and cobbled together. They got what they could get. They aligned together, their interests aligned to take on the Empire. Yeah, they had different methodologies. Didn't matter. They knew one thing needed to happen. The Empire needed to go. And they needed to work together to get that done. Politicians, everybody. Politicians, bankers, everything. That's what you're seeing in Andor. You're seeing the Rebel Alliance forming up to become what rises to take on the Empire. But what you also see on the flip side of that is the Empire consolidating power before it gets rid of the government completely. That's what you're seeing. All the little small faction groups and corporations that they take over and make part of the Empire. And how they squeeze people, how they squeeze worlds to get what they want out of them. How they enslave people and kill them at a whim. So you keep your dang mouth shut. It's an awesome show. The depth in that show is refreshing to me, and I look forward to it every freaking Wednesday. I do. That's why I'm up at midnight of Tuesday watching it. I look forward to that. Even through the She-Hulk and the Rings of Power bullshit, the Rings of Boredom I couldn't really stay awake for. I'm awake for Andor. And I usually watch it two times. 2 to 3 times. Yeah, Aquateki on program like a motherfucker. On program. That's the mark of a good show when you can get a catchphrase out of it, right? Because if I tell you this, you'll get it, right? What is your catchphrase from The Mandalorian? Season 1. What's your catchphrase from season 1? This is the way. That's your catchphrase from season 1. See, Aquateki, no. Who made that up? Was that KK? Did KK make that up? I don't think so. That's Jon Favreau, because he wrote it. If you was listening to the Nameless Protagonist this morning, you understand the idea of political Mandalorianism, right? And understanding that this is the way. That is a phrase that works for a lot of different things. Shit is one that works really well for the Black Manosphere in and of itself. Winter has come, and these chicks out here on the griff trying to play soft or whatever they got to get in somebody's good graces so they can cover them. And you say no. Why do you say no? Because this is the way. No. Democracy goes down. Yeah. KK made the forces female. Exactly, Skillmonger. That's her claim to fame. Who using that one? Yeah. Only way I'd use that one is if they printed it on toilet paper so I can wipe my butt with it every time I went to the bathroom. And if I had some forces female toilet paper in the house, I'd eat my leafy greens. I'd be on a cleanse diet just so I can keep using that shit up. Because that's what it's good for. Now, the catchphrase in this one is what? On program. What was the catchphrase for Rogue One? If you can remember the little litany that Donnie Yen's character was saying, a whole different one. And I don't think they planned it. Trust and believe. I don't think they planned it like that. But it is what stuck with people from those shows because they resonated with the character in the writing. They were invested. They got it. They understood it. That's why it sticks. Like saying, the Force is with you always. Now, if you want to contrast that and understand, we still need 3 more contributors, you guys, so let's not slow up. What's your catchphrase from She-Hulk? Let me be more specific. What's your catchphrase other than don't watch? Because I can tell you, laying in bed all yesterday and watching a little bit of TV, when I was flipping around Disney Plus, I couldn't bring myself to watch She-Hulk again. No fucking way. No, I will not give you a view. No matter how much I want to see Charlie Cox and laugh at what's his name, Sorensen and stuff, I'm not watching that damn show again. I am not. Fuck you. No, I want it to go away. I want it to go away. I do. Yeah, that's exactly why Andor made sense. Andor is taken from a real world perspective in a Star Wars. It looks more Star Wars than the last shit you saw. Like Obi-Wan holding a lightsaber like this and like this. Like, that's not how you hold a sword. What are you doing? Boba Fett running around with his helmet off and his long johns on. I am Boba Fett. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Look, Ming-Na's character was more Boba Fett than your ass was. And I don't blame Tamora Morrison because he said that when the show came out and they were giving interviews, he was saying that it didn't sound like him. He was telling you where it was coming from. He told you where it was coming from. All that ridiculous dialogue he was having to say and stuff. He told you where it was coming from. He didn't want to read all of that stuff. He said, no, I don't think the character would do this. Nope, you got to read all of it just like I wrote it. Okay, nigga. We'll see about that. And what did he do? Start giving the lines to Ming-Na to read. Like, no, Bubba wouldn't say this. Trying to fight for the integrity of the character. Dumb shit. Yeah, what's the catchphrase? I will kill for you, Megan Thee Stallion. Now, this is how I told you. These woke writers have a problem, right? These woke writers have a problem. And if you've seen it, you know it. If you watch any of this stuff, you'll see it. They can't make anything without copying somebody else's stuff. They can't, right? And they steal. What was the thing in Obi-Wan? It was stealing from all over the place. All over Star Wars, it was stealing other stuff to make scenes for its own show. Which is like, I thought you were creative. What the fuck? You mean to tell me you sat down to make a creative project and all you had was a head full of other people's ideas that you just put into your work? That's not being creative. That's plagiarism, right? Or copy. Huh, okay. Whatever. That line that I will kill for you, Megan Thee Stallion. 1 second. Let me put this candle out. Shout out to Art Nusto. I got my Palo Santo candle burning over there, and that motherfucker looked like it was going to burn down too far. I want to set my whole dresser on fire. You see, if you go on Disney Plus, and I watch this all the time, especially after a new Marvel show has come out, go back and watch Marvel Assembled. They have an episode for She-Hulk on there. And I watched it because I just want to see, I like information. Right. So I use it to see who's the behind the scenes stuff. I always love that stuff. Right. That's what it gives me. The behind the scenes, writers, directors, the producer. You get to look these people in the face and see who they are and what goofy ideas they had. It's like, this is a dizzy ass chick. Oh my God. No wonder. Right. That line, I will kill for you, Megan Thee Stallion, is a stolen line, a stolen and repurposed line. You know what it is? It's a line that the comedian that's playing Jen's friend at the wedding, it's a line that she says in an interview. And she's saying she will kill for somebody else. But she's being just a deadpan comic, right? That chick took that and put it into the story for Jen to say to Megan Thee Stallion. Like, oh, I get it. I see what's happening now. You really did have no fucking ideas. You were probably writing this all the way up until the point that the show aired this last episode. Because you just pulled from all these other sources because you didn't have any ideas. Look. Oh, yeah, Skillmonger. Creatively bankrupt as hell. Yeah. Look, you take that. You take the video that Dr. T sent me this morning that was about what was going on behind the scenes with the Blade movie and stuff like that, with the writer, and how the Blade script, the new Blade movie script, was basically an underworld mixed up with a little girl. I'm like, I can see why Marshala was pissed. I can see why the director left. I can see why that whole thing is shut down. I said this when I went over my thing on why it was kind of messed up, and I showed you the B-Dub that was the one who wrote the script for this Blade movie. And I tried to remind you guys of the whole fervor people were having about her getting on and writing this Blade movie initially, right? Over a year ago. And now she turned in the script and everybody could see it for what it is. And what you got in it was Underworld and some other shit where Blade gets taken out by his daughter. He does have a daughter. And she takes him out and takes his place. Like, what? Are you shitting me? Now, why I believe that this is not a rumor, because I've been hearing this Blade had a daughter rumor for months, and I didn't want to listen to it. Didn't want to believe it. Said nothing to back it up. Whatever, man. We just have to see what we're going to see. It's a B-Dub in it, but whatever. But I don't see why we would go back and make Blade a baby daddy in the MCU. But like I was telling Dr. T about this Black Panther movie in Namor, every new male character comes with his female replacement attached. All of them. Every new male MCU character comes with his female replacement attached. You don't think so? You want to go through the list of recent movies and shows? You don't want to go through the list? She-Hulk. Bruce Banner was in there. Who is She-Hulk? His replacement. Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. Who showed up in Multiverse of Madness? Clea. Who is the Sorcerer Supreme in the comics right now. In this dimension, mind you. Doctor Strange is dead. Clea's in charge. Hawkeye got it. That happened in the comics long ago. It's not that big of a deal, right? But that's what you got. Replacement. You knew it was coming, right? Shang-Chi. Who you getting Shang-Chi? His sister Splinter. Oh, my mistake. Just his sister, who got better than him by watching him. Okay. So Shang-Chi. What are we going to get in Captain America? Captain Carter? The LGBT Captain America from 2099? Who? And now you got this Namor or this Black Panther shit. Who's Black Panther this time around? Little sister? Really? Okay. You introducing Namor too, right? Okay. Who you got right behind him? Namora? Who the fuck is Namora? You mean Namorita? You mean Namorita, his cousin? Okay. And now you hear this Blade stuff next. Sister, huh? Or daughter, huh? How'd that work? Told y'all I was really skeptical on this shit once they re-released that Midnight Suns and changed it to S-U-N and not S-O-N. Because S-O-N denotes maleness. And then you see the trailers for this fucking game and there's a bunch of chicks thrown in there that was never on the Midnight Suns and ain't got nothing to do with these characters. Wolverine ain't never been a Midnight Sun. That's not his purview. It's not his area. He deal with mutant shit, not supernatural. The fuck is your super... What the hell is your healing factor and claws going to do against something supernatural? At least Blade got kind of an excuse. Working in the occult and whatnot. Man, if you don't go over there and scratch up some of the mutants and shit, I don't need Wolverine everywhere. That was never a draw to the Midnight Suns. Never. Yeah, no one. Namarias. Namorayas. Can I get a glass of namorita with salt around the rim? Yes. And make it spicy. Fuck it. See, yeah, sound like a green margarita, don't it? Oh, yeah. Excuse me. And I forgot the Thor. Even though she dead. Technically, so is his character now, too. Because they ain't making a Thor 5. You can fuck all that. And Taika Waititi is way the hell out of there. His Star Wars contract is out of there, too. You can forget that shit, too. You've done your last joke over in the Magic Kingdom, homeboy. You have burned your bridge. No. Yeah, Title IX MCU. Yeah. No, it's not even Title IX, dude. It's a straight jack. They straight jacking over there because they're getting desperate. Here's the thing. Oh, yeah. Woo. Dr. Anwar, don't even get me started on the whole Armor Wars is going to be a movie now, not a show, and Ironheart's going to be in it. Who do you think that is? Don Cheadle's out. One and done. Not going to stretch him out for a bunch of episodes on the show. He's going to be in there for one movie, 2 hours, he done. Contract fulfilled. Your Iron Person is now Ironheart. Oh, you gonna get the A-Force. You gonna get A-Force, whether you want it or not. Whether you ask for it or not, you're gonna get the A-Force. Forget that shit. That shit coming like a porn star making a movie right now. Oh, and I even forgot about Ant-Man. Look, he got two attached to his ass. He's had a woman attached to him since the second movie. He came in with his first movie. He didn't get one movie by himself to where the next movie had to have her name in it. Now the third movie got him, her, and the daughter involved. Look, you getting totally overrun. Just every time they add another movie to it, they just throw another chick in it. What the fuck? Yeah, totally forgot about Ant-Man. My bad on that. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I got enough of y'all in here where I should be able to hit my number of contributors, which is 10. So if you're listening in, chip in. Hey. I think I forgot some people. Swifty, appreciate you for supporting the stream. Say for the Geek Sunday tribute, appreciate you, Swift. To Trev, appreciate you, sir. Said he want them triple Bs. I got you. BMT, appreciate you. He said a great show. We ain't even got started yet. This is still the intro, waiting for people to actually get the contribution going so I can get to the actual stuff that I spent one time, researching and thinking about. One Eye One, appreciate you. Boss Baller in the building. All right, so let me get these done real quick because I don't like to keep people waiting. I know I'll drive some of y'all out of here, but if you get out of here because I thank my supporters, you weren't a supporter there. So shout out to Swift. I will give you a 3B salute. Appreciate you, sir. So it's like the angry man says, you hate getting in a stream of consciousness and having to stop for that stuff. You want to get that out of the way first so you can just keep rolling and not break it up. Shout out to Trev. We'll give you that 3B. You asked for it, you get it. 3B. Shout out to the Trigger Warning BMT. I will also give you the 3B salute. And to the one-eyed one, appreciate you. I will give you that double up.
Money for the crowd, double lag. Pussy on fat, double lag.
Double up. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the ones.
Sorry about that. One-eyed one, I gave you the wrong one. I hit the wrong button. Hit the wrong button, though, up top. But thank you. Thank you guys for supporting the stream. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. That worked. And I think this is on the PayPal side. Sorry, I always have to check the PayPal separate because it doesn't give me an alert. And I saw there was a little icon on it. It was. I believe this is Brent. Appreciate you, Brent. I will give you a 3B salute. All right. Shout out to Sauchi. He said, keep your foot on their necks. The only way they like it. That's the only way they like it. It'd be better if they actually corrected their actions once you put a foot on their neck. But no, they like the discipline. I like the discipline. So shout out to Sauchi. Peace. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate it. All right, good. I drove 4 people out of here. 4, 5, 6 people. They don't like me supporters. Maybe I offended them. Maybe it was something I said. Now, you look at all this stuff. If you watch the Disney Plus assembled She-Hulk, what you will see on there is who I believe is responsible for all this shit coming out of Marvel that is overly female-centric and is fucking dying. And it's not necessarily Kevin Feige. I've been telling you guys this for a while, that every one of these companies had their own KK, their own CEO who sat in that position of green lighting or not green lighting, all of this stuff, and actually leaving people like Henry Cavill sitting their ass on the bench in favor of a smaller female that looks like a little boy, or running shows up the flagpole and not using lore smiths and stuff like that, like this goofy stuff you see happening over at Amazon with Rings of Power. And a lot of this goofiness that you see in Marvel, it's not Kevin Feige. Kevin Feige, yes, is the CEO of Marvel Disney. He is. He sits on top of all the Marvel stuff, and he has sign off on all of that shit, right? Okay. If he's fine with all these decisions, why did he look so fucking haggard at the Black Panther Wakanda Forever premiere? I'll keep hitting on that because that is significant. That is fucking significant as hell to me. And it was more significant with the other show that I watched on Disney Plus. There's a show on there called Director by Night. Now, it's not an assembled show, but it is a behind-the-scenes documentary of the making of Werewolf by Night. And what you see in there, you can see Kevin Feige in there, in Atlanta, on the set, all the rest of that. But he don't look haggard. No. I have never, in the time that MCU has been making movies, and they've been having red carpet events with him showing up with whatever baseball cap du jour he has on that day. No videos from Hall H or Comic Con, none of that shit. I have never seen Kevin Feige look as haggard Never. Unshaven, unkept, as he looked that night on that purple carpet premiere. He looked like shit. And you have to ask yourself, why did he come out looking like shit? And the people underneath him don't look like shit at all. They look happy as clams. They shoulder to shoulder, grinning like a son of a bitch, out there correcting people on how they're supposed to say fucking Namor. It's Namor, bitch. I don't know how long you've been reading fucking comics, but it's always been Namor. Always. Now, your goofy ass been on my radar for a while. And I told people, behind the scenes, you look at some of this goofy stuff with these chicks, it's probably this person. Because you know, somebody like Kevin Feige with that much power, he may go around to see everybody, but the day-to-day shit is ran by other people. Otherwise, the fuck do you have those other two goofballs sitting there for? What? To be his two nuts? No. They supervise some of this other shit. And I would bet money, and it was proven when I watched the She-Hulk Assembled, who had the most fucking talking to do on there. VA. The Vaginal Avenger in Marvel. She in there. Having a lot to say. Really? Yeah, do tell me what you thought about all of this. Now, what you'll hear from all the reports that I keep hearing, the news stuff, is that Kevin signed off on all of this shit. And these are all the articles after the fact when people are asking Notorious GAO about what the hell happened with this show. What do you say about these numbers? And the fans not liking it. What do you say about that? She keeps throwing it on Kevin. She keeps saying Kevin signed off on all of that shit. You know what that sounds like when you listen, when you understand who millennials are? Excuses, deflection, no responsibility. Sound like the same shit KK saying right in the other camp under Disney. It's not me. It's the fan base. It's George Lucas. It's everybody else but me. Didn't you make this shit? So how was this all Kevin if it was your idea? He signed off on all of it. Did he? So you say. I haven't heard him say shit. Not at all. I think Kevin getting enough shit right now. But you got these gushing goofballs out there, how happy they are for all this representation. And I guess I have to be the one in the group like, shout out to my cousin Kev. Where's the black male representation in Black Panther? Can we get that or no? It's just everybody else's movie now? Got you. Okay. That's why it's Wakanda. It's not Wakanda. Wakanda was the first movie. You know, that Black Pride, where black males and black women was working together with children and elders, and he talked to the ancestors and they gave him advice and stuff like that. He even kind of redeemed his cousin who was pissed off because his uncle killed his father and tried to mend that rift between continental Africans and African Americans, you know, foundational African Americans or Black Americans, whatever you want to call them. You remember that? Yeah, that was the first movie. That was Wakanda. This one is not Wakanda, from what I can see in the trailer. There is nothing in this trailer for this movie that makes me have the same reaction I did when I saw Black Panther in the Civil War trailer or Black Panther's movie trailer? Nothing. You know how you know? Everybody talks about the music in the trailer. And they talk about seeing Chadwick's picture in the trailer and how emotional and all the rest of that shit was, right? So what are you actually talking about? To borrow a word from a ex-Bay Area person, the member berries. That's all it is. It's sitting there playing your emotional heartstrings. Like, don't you remember Chadwick? Don't you remember Chadwick? Chadwick died, you know that, right? Yeah, I remember. I did a whole fucking stream about it. I also did a whole stream about you need to recast the Black Panther. Recast T'Challa. Right after that. Called for it. Hoped it catched on. Apparently it did. But what did you do? You didn't recast T'Challa. You keep putting out the same bullshit ass excuse about why you won't recast the black man. But you keep throwing this goddamn movie in our face. But no, look, it's Wakanda forever. No, it's not. It's not Wakanda forever. That's Wakanda Limited. No. The whole reason you trying to grab people into this damn movie is off the fact that Chadwick Boseman died. But everything you showing in these goddamn trailers is nothing about a black male. So, I'm sorry, do you really think Latinos is coming out that hard for Black Panther? Huh. They got their own heroes, their own legends, their own mythology. And that's not what you're promoting. I tell you this about the B-Dub supporting Black Panther. They don't. You know some of the hardest sales I had in that comic shop? Was mostly black women buying comics for their little black boys. Because they didn't want to spend the money on it. However much it was too expensive. Comic books in the black community viewed by women are childish. On majority. Not all of them, but too damn many of them. They don't like it. It's not important. It's a childish hobby. Until they find out one of the books you got is worth a shitload of money. Then they're interested. Because that part they do like. It's the same thing with this Black Panther movie. You didn't give a fuck the first time around. Well, whatever. You know how I know? I told y'all, I saw that damn movie 5 fucking times. 5 times. You know how many times when I was in there watching this movie with packed theaters that I saw black men with black women? Very few. Maybe 1 for 1. You know what I did see? Black men with every other race of women other than black women. I told y'all the story way back then about the African brother was with his Caucasian woman and they had 2 African kids. And she was in there buying them Black Panther comic books to go to the movie theater. You know what I didn't see? Didn't see a lot of black women going to support that movie. You know what I saw after the fact? After the movie was out and it became like a cultural phenomenon? They were latching on to all the little girls dressed like the Dora Milaje, not even knowing who the fuck the Dora Milaje were. Oh, this is brave women warriors. You know who else saw that shit? Feminist white women who wanted to capture that shit for themselves. That's why you got your Woman King. That's why you got the Woman King movie. Because two goofy, what is they, Italian, white, whatever the fuck, chicks saw that shit and figured they wanted to tell their own story about that to capitalize on that. And they got their own money together, found their own black actresses, and made their own movie. Not digging, I guess, 3 pages deep into the history of the Dahomey. No, but they put that movie out there anyway for your ass. Ahead of the Black Panther 2 coming out. Ahead of that. What up, Ilongo? What up, Cole Red? AB Media beaming in. Ahead of that. Because they want to capitalize on it and have it for their own. So you don't have to go to Disney just to see some black woman with spears wearing red, kicking ass. What do you think that shit was about? Feminist icons. And that's why your second Black Panther movie, since it became such a phenomenon, became Disney Marvel's first billion-dollar movie. They had to take that shit. Especially since it outdid Captain Marvel that came afterwards without having to buy theaters and stuff out to get the numbers up on that bitch. They wanted that. They'll take it. So now your second movie ain't got shit to do with Black Panther at all. And like I told you, you can tell what's the message and how they put the titles and the advertising. The advertising is all about Wakanda forever. Black Panther is the smallest thing on there. The smallest. Two words. Smallest ones on the title. But you got all your feelings invested because of the Chadwick stuff, and what they giving you ain't Chadwick shit. You notice that? That's the bait and switch. Look at this picture while I plug you in the boom hole. That's not what you're getting. Now, I've tried to refrain from criticism of this whole thing because, like I told you, guys, support Ryan Coogler. I don't think he a sellout, as somebody said. He didn't want to make the shit. He said it himself in recent interviews. He didn't want to make the shit after Chadwick died. He was like, man, fuck that. That was my boy. It was a collaborative process. I really don't. Article I read this week is that when he finished the script for Wakanda or Black Panther 2, he wanted Chadwick to read it. And Chadwick didn't at that time. And he thought that was odd. Motherfucker was dead a week later? He was dead. Which means he was suffering through the worst of it at the time. So why do you think, or what do you think made, if the script was finished before Chadwick was dead, and before Chadwick was dead, he already knew he didn't have that big of a role in Black Panther 2. Chadwick said it himself in interviews. Why do you think Ryan Coogler had to go back and rewrite the script afterwards? Why were they still doing reshoots and rewrites this last month before the movie came out? Wakanda forever. You know the only person you can see on record hyping up this movie? VA, Victoria Alonso. She's the only one hyping up this movie. The only one. Why do you think that is? I thought that was Kevin Feige's job. No. Let's let's put a point on it. Let's put a pin in this one. Real easy. What do I hate using the word because I don't have a clear indication of it. I don't have a clear definition of it in my head. And that's why I hate using it. But I'll put it here. And if it doesn't work correctly, some of you big brains in here, like Dr. Tiasan or Dr. Anwar, y'all can correct me on this shit. Right? What does an intersectional feminist hate more than the black man? What do they hate more? Who gets gooftified no matter where they go and kicked out? Who? Put it in the chat. Come on, this is a conversation. Y'all in the shop, speak up. I'm an artisan. I'm not shop. Y'all the shop. Talk. No, Aquateki. Other than straight black men. Who do they hate more than straight black men? I'll give you a hint. Kind of look like Kevin Feige, don't it? Kind of look like Kevin Feige, don't it? What up, Joe Herb? Now, if he got that position through all the years he's been a producer, everywhere else, he's cut his teeth. He put his work in, right? If he put his time in to get to that position and finally got to a spot where they put him in charge of everything Marvel, what do you think some intersectional feminist hates worse? What do you think they're looking for? And they Latin? His ass, if he don't know it, motherfucker, he Julius Caesar right now. Who got the knife? He Julius Caesar right now. Somebody's setting his ass up to be the fall guy. You don't think so? Okay. Now, mind you, this is the same parent company, so this is a mentality with some of these folks in there. What had Bob Chapek's hands tied when he first stepped into Eigner's position? What was it? It was the people in there. Until he got his contract renewed, Disney took some more losses, or Lucasfilms took more losses behind KK. And they took the leash off that motherfucker and fired that other executive they had there. Then what happened? All that woke shit started going. And after that executive got hit, that's when you was seeing all that bullshit about fire Chapek and all these internal revolts and all the rest of that shit that people want to go against Chapek. It wasn't because he was fucking up. It was because he was disrupting they bullshit. That's what he's been doing this whole time. When you hear reports about why he wants to leave early, even though he got a re-up on his contract, why does he want to leave early? Because he's tired of dealing with this shit with these folks. So what is he doing? Trying as hard as he can to get all of them the fuck out of there. Mainly KK. That's why she on one ice skate uphill with thin ice below. She got all the power of an electrical socket with the power turned off. He trying to get the motherfuckers out of there. And it started with Disney, with those executives that they got up that was above him. Started with them. Because he was a conduit for the motherfuckers. And was offering aid and comfort and protection to them other goofies underneath them, namely KK. Why do you think people have such a hatred for David Zaslav now over at Warner Brothers? Why? Because he bought a failing company that, if you listen to the reports now, they ain't been making money. You listen to some of that investors call, he'll tell you how much they wasn't making and what made money for Warner Brothers and what didn't. You know what made money? Superman, Harry Potter. You know what didn't? Everything else. Damn near everything else hadn't made money for them. But them goofies that was there, Hamas, Sarnoff, the other cat, those were the ones who had to get fired for you to get Henry Cavill, Black Adam movie, New Man of Steel movie, Ben Affleck coming back. That's who had to go to get some of this shit out of there. What do you think it is? And right after that, when he came in there with that big D energy and start kicking them people out of there and canceled their sacred Batgirl movie with the Latina, what did you hear? People want Zaslav to go. Why? He just got there. And far as I know, Discovery paid good money for that damn company. It's their right to run it however the hell they want to. And if your goofy ass is the reason it's losing money, then your goofy ass is the reason you got to go. Bye. We want to make money with this shit, not lose it. See ya. There's paper boxes in the copy room. Load your shit up and get out. That's when you start hearing that whole thing about getting rid of Zaslav. That's the same little war drums you hearing rumbling right now real low about all these failures that Marvel has had. And the name that keeps being thrown out there as the sacrificial lamb is Kevin Feige, the white man. And you know who's still smiling? The Latina that work under him. Why is she still smiling? Because she'll be the one that takes his spot. Marvel Studios, Marvel Entertainment would not go away if Kevin Feige got fired. It wouldn't. The Disney board would just hire somebody else. And if you know corporations, they usually like the internal elevation as opposed to getting somebody from the outside. It's better if the person that you bring in already and how to run it, because they've probably been running it anyway. Right? Okay then. Kevin Feige is being set up to take the fall for all that shit. That's why the notorious GAO constantly keep mentioning that it was Kevin Feige that approved that goofy shit in her show. And why she keep jumping on any platform she can to say that shit. She's not going to take the hit for writing a piece of dog crap. She's not. That's not what some millennials do. And I'm not saying all of y'all, but look, man, hit dogs holler. If it ain't you, then you should be all right. If it don't apply, let it fly. And it won't hit you. That's why I think he looks haggard. He's getting his ass chewed. And you know the person who has to chew his ass? Same one that got people chewing his ass, Chapek. 2 white dudes. Getting undermined from below. With all this woke shit. If you don't understand how deeply it goes, you know some of the powers that Chapek has given John and Dave over at Lucasfilms. is the power to be able to hire and fire people like that. So what if they had to go do? They had to go through there and start sweeping all these fucking rats out on all these projects, in the writing room, in the producing, in the tech shops, sabotaging this shit from the inside for some other bitch. It's a dirty game, y'all. And I'm telling you, the picture of that dirty game is seeing the head of a company looking like he just woke up on his fucking couch and his underlings smiling, fresh-faced. That's, to me, that is too telling. That is too fucking telling about what's probably going on out there. So when I say there's blood in the water and everybody's waiting for this movie to come out and see what it does, oh, best believe it's going to let it do bad. Let the general audience see it and trash that shit. All that blame is going to be thrown on Kevin Feige. All of it. And Ryan Coogler going to catch some of it too. He is. For all his hard work, he's going to catch some of that shit too. Best believe. You already got black folk calling him a sellout just because they see all black women in the shit. And like, I ain't seen a movie. I ain't said he sold out to shit. But per his track record, that don't look like the movies he make. But I understand this movie has more people involved in it this time. Why? Because the first time they stayed the fuck out of it because they didn't want it to bomb. So they gave him all the leeway he wanted to make the movie he wanted. That's why you got a bunch of black actors in it. All basically black cast outside of Everett Ross. And fucking Bucky, if you see them at the end credits. And they were making jokes about colonizers and shit. Think you're going to see that this time? No, my nigga. It made too much money. They cannot keep their hands off of it if it made that much money. They just got to sink their claws into it. And when I see not the main dude, not the main guy, the second-hand person coming in there talking about what the representation is and stuff like that in the movie. I don't have that gift ready, but pause. No. Yeah, Andy Serkis. My bad. Forgot Claw. I do like Andy Serkis. No. There's a problem. It's a problem brewing, y'all. These companies have lost too much money on this shit. That She-Hulk was like... I don't think there's been a Marvel show that has enraged the fans so much. Because it actively went after the fans in the show. Actively. Called them out by name, basically. And threw shit in their face. And then when they get flamed for that shit, they're not even taking responsibility for it. They blaming it on the person that hired them for the job. Which ultimately it is his fault because he hired these goofy people. But you're responsible for what you create. Somebody let you do that shit. If everybody want to put it on just Kevin, okay, put it on Kevin. But I'll tell you this. If Kevin walked out of there today, what do you think would happen? You think it would change? No. You get more of the same. You know how I know? It's because a couple months back, Kevin Feige called that meeting with the Marvel staff to set out their 10-year plan. That means to me, all this shit that's happened during the pandemic and stuff like that was not part of his plan. That's somebody else's plan. And all this woke shit you saw during the pandemic times sucks. It does. Now, I may have liked Multiverse of Madness, which I did. It was all right. I like Shang-Chi, but I like martial arts movies too, and I've seen better or worse of them. It doesn't matter, right? I like Shang-Chi. I just thought his sister shit was stupid. I didn't even worry about the Kamehameha wave that he did at the end. It's like, that was kind of awesome. I don't care. Whatever. But most of the rest of the stuff that you see is all some femme pushing bullshit. All of it. And if that's all Kevin Feige, if that's all coming from Kevin Feige, then where was it in the first 10 years? Where was it in the first 10 years? I don't remember seeing it then. Do you? I don't. So now I'm really curious to where the fuck it's coming from. I don't think it's him. I think it's the people under him setting his ass up for the fall. Because ultimately, those failures don't fall on them. It falls on him. Now, where you can watch the Director After Dark and see Kevin Feige on the set of Werewolf by Night, how did that show turn out? Because now there's visual proof he was there. And I believe they did an interview when they talked to him. You know who they didn't talk to? Victoria. For a second. Sith Code. Yep, through strength I gain power. Through power I gain victory. Through victory my chains are broken. The force shall set me free. Yeah, you strengthen himself through his passions. Telling y'all, it's a dirty game, y'all. It's a dirty game. You need to be watching yourself. Kevin won't get signed to DC. He won't. They already got enough Marvel people over there. Dude that used to be working with Kevin on the first 10 years of that shit over there, Alan Horn, is over there. And now the person that Kevin Feige wanted to run Marvel Studios is over there running DC Studios in James Gunn. There'd be no room for Kevin Feige over there. What, he gonna work under James? I don't think so. No, nigga, he'd be done. His closest bet would be fucking Sony or something. And I don't think Amy Pascal would put his ass on like that. She'd fuck with him. No, I think he'd be done. I think he would be done. Because where do you go after that? Even Kathleen Kennedy, goofy ass, talking about her starting up her own studio because she knows she ain't got nowhere to go after that. She get out of that Lucasfilm CEO position. She ain't got nowhere to go but home and start baking some goddamn cookies for Frank. We're going to start Starlight Studios. Yeah, whatever, man. Whatever. Go. Yeah, do sci-fi. Yeah, whatever. Do your version of Star Wars over there. Fine. Do it quickly. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I will accelerate the stream and drop in this thing. Now, I gave you some Andor, I gave you some Warner Brothers, I gave you some of that stuff. Other than that, there's not a lot actually going on. Everybody is holding their breath for Wakanda Forever. Seeing what that's going to be. That's going to be the next wave of cheers or jeers once it's released to the general audiences, because that's going to be the teller for Marvel for this year. Will they round out the year with a bunch of failures, or will there be one bright spot in all of that? And mind you, I've seen all of these, right? I paid money to go see Multiverse of Madness. I did. Paid money to see the Eternals. I did. I'm paying money to go see Wakanda Forever. And like I said, depending on what's in the movie, it decides on how many times I see that shit. But they got me for one. But that one is for Ryan Coogler and the crew. Ryan, Angela, Winston Duke, the other black folks in that shit that I actually like. Wasn't paying for that shit for the Namor. But the Namor. No. I wasn't paying for a fucking Spanish lesson. I live in California. I don't need a Spanish lesson on Namor. He ain't Spanish. Never was. And I can tell you, I didn't even trip off of it until was it Dr. Tia-san put something up on Instagram about Namor and how he looked, and how Disney, or not Disney, but DC kind of messed Marvel over when they cast Jason Momoa as Aquaman, because Jason Momoa looks like Namor. He looks traditionally like Namor. The tats and everything. And then I actually remembered, I said, that's right, because I wasn't even worried about it, really, but that's when I started thinking about it. It's like, that's right, because Arthur Curry is supposed to be blonde. White and blonde. And they cast a melanated person for Aquaman, which basically just made him look like Namor, which forced Marvel to pivot and not be able to use, I guess, somebody with dark hair too, because it would look too much like Jason Momoa in DC's Aquaman. Okay, yeah, I can see that now. I don't know why I wasn't thinking about that before, but possibly because it didn't fucking matter to me. But yeah, Jason Momoa would have killed it as Namor. And apparently killing it as Aquaman, looking like Namor in DCU. Yeah, whatever. But this shit right now I'm getting with the whole Mayan Aztec history lesson. I had part of a conversation with my son about this shit, and he was telling me to be open-minded or some shit about this. And I was telling him, look, I got to see how they do it in the movie, because Atlantis ain't never been on the Gulf of Mexico. Never. Now, maybe they some offshoot city of Atlantis, but no, they shouldn't be over there. And that's a far cry away from fucking Wakanda. So what are we doing way over here? What? Budgetary constraints? You didn't want to go all the way over to Africa to film again, or what? I don't get it. Forget Oreos, eat Cool J cookies. Yeah, I take the Cool J cookies. KK cookies. Yeah. Fuck her. Always got to have other people in our stories. They don't give a fuck about black folks. No, they don't. And it's always other people thrown into your story when it's a black male in there. They always want to throw that diversity in there. And I think that's the studios more than the directors and stuff like that. Because think about it like this. Antoine Fuqua makes some good movies, right? Every movie he's made starring Denzel, they've thrown white boys in or white folks in, right? Somebody that he has to look after. That's just what it is. I don't think that's Antoine Fuqua necessarily, because when I watch movies like Tears of the Sun, yeah, the main star of that motherfucker is Bruce Willis. Almost everybody else in there is black. Black as fuck. So it's usually the studio. So we got the first guest coming up. Wait a minute. I need this. We got the AB Media beaming in.
Yeah. Hey,
What's
what's
good?
going on, Artisan?
Not much. What you got on it today?
You hear me clearly?
I can hear you perfectly fine.
Yeah, I'm coming on and off my phone, so that's why I was asking.
Well, I would tell you, stop coming on your phone, man. Like, wipe it off or something. It's my time of year. I can't help it.
Yeah, I just got this phone. That's why I was asking.
Uh-huh. But no worries. What you got on this and other topics?
We'll see what happens. I don't know if you saw my comment. I was in the store yesterday, and they were promoting Wakanda Forever like crazy.
Yeah, promotion is out on this motherfucker. Why? I don't know, but it's out. It is out there, and you wonder why it is. Like they promoting this shit harder than they promoted the first movie.
Right.
The first movie they were coming uphill because you had to get the general audiences into watching a Black Panther movie, right? Because general audience might not have even known who the fuck it was. Like people who don't read comic books, like, it's that black guy, right? That was in the other movie with Captain America. Yeah, it's him. Sorry.
Well, you know what I said about that movie? You're talking about Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
That movie probably would have made as much as Black Panther if they had just kept Spider-Man a secret.
I said that. Yeah, I've been saying that shit forever. They shouldn't even showed that shit. It would have probably made more money than that because it was enough of everybody in it.
Yeah.
You know, it was
Actually,
more than just
it
was more than just Spider-Man. You could have promoted the movie in trailers off of Black Panther showing up, the first appearance of Black Panther showing up, going against two super soldiers, so you get a gauge of his speed and his strength and stuff like that. Yeah, you could solder off that. But also you have Civil War, which was an epic storyline where heroes went against heroes. So you got that fight going on in there. You got Ant-Man going big for the first time in there.
Mm-hmm.
There's enough other stuff in there that if Spider-Man would have just showed up in the movie, not in the fucking trailer, that would have blew it up past $1 billion quicker. It would have. It would have been bigger than Black Panther. So yeah, I totally agree.
I got to catch up on Andor, but yeah, that was getting good.
It is, and that's why I keep. The thing with Andor is that people have to. It shouldn't need it, but it does, just because it's 12. It's 12 episodes on Disney Plus. Disney Plus don't usually do 12 episodes of shit, right? Especially not Star Wars stuff, right? But because it's 12 episodes and how they wrote the show, it's 3-episode arcs, right? So you have to think of it like comic books, right? In a comic book, you have your 12-month run of comics, right? Maybe every third issue is a bookend for something that's happening in the overall story for that year, right? You get your spikes every third issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like that with the show. 2 episodes are set up, 1 episode is payoff. Next 2 episodes are set up. The next episode is payoff, right? And it keeps going in that pattern. It goes in 3s. So I'm fine with that once I understood what was going on. And it takes, I think that's why they released 3 episodes right off the bat. At first. I think that's why. To show you that was the first part of this overall Andor story. Here's the first volume. Put it that way. Here's the first volume of it.
Right.
Get you into it, get you up on what's going on, a little bit of action, move the story on to the next place and what's going on. Right? So that works for me. 3 is my favorite number. And it's a longer show. So I keep getting things that lead me towards somewhere. Like the first 3 episodes is Andor getting off that damn planet. Next 3 is leading to the heist. Next 3 is motherfucker in prison. He didn't get caught for the heist, but he got grabbed for some BS. Right? Like,
Yep.
goddamn, it's like he didn't even get. He got away with 80 million. He didn't get caught for that. Nope. What did he get caught for? Running from the police, but he wasn't running. Yeah, exactly. Goddamn, dude. That's like the worst luck ever. Like, do you know what I did? Yeah. You know the reason why all this stuff is going to effect. Come on, we got 6 years for you. Shock labor.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on Tales of the Jedi?
Tales of the Jedi, I liked. I do think it was overly focused on Ahsoka, which is bothering the shit out of me because I worry that Dave Filoni can't tell a story without putting Ahsoka in it. I didn't watch the look. I don't have anything against Ahsoka or Dave Filoni, but I'm not that tied to the Clone Wars cartoon. I didn't grow up on that shit. I was a grown ass adult, not really interested in the Clone Wars cartoon. A lot of good stuff came out of it, a lot of good stories. Yes, I understand that. But a lot of lore fuck ups came out of it too, which is what he's responsible for fucking fixing now. But what he keeps doing is introducing his character everywhere. Like she's what did we say last week? Beautiful, stunning, and brave. She's the bestest Jedi that left the Jedi Order ever. Look, motherfucker, it's just Ahsoka. It's just Ahsoka. She's not the chosen one. She ain't Yoda. She ain't even Mace.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you keep trying to write her like she's the bestest ever?
I watched some of it. I haven't watched every episode, but I did like what they did with Count Dooku.
I did like that. That was why I watched the show. When I finally saw a trailer for it and saw what it was, that it was, animated, and it was at stories of Dooku and young Qui-Gon, I was like, oh shit, I do want to see that. I definitely want to see that. Because I'm more curious about Dooku. I wasn't curious about Ahsoka. I was more curious about Dooku. So I got enough Dooku in it, but I could have used more on Qui-Gon and some other stuff than more about fucking Ahsoka. I don't care. Look, you got a whole live-action TV show coming out. I don't need to see more Ahsoka in this too. Come on, man.
Yeah, I would love if they expand on the Dooku part because I really enjoyed that.
I want to know because that looked like a painful transition because it doesn't even seem like it was a transition, so to speak. They had a deal and an understanding, and Dooku's disillusionment led him down that road to where, yeah, you getting turned because you got to do some dirty shit for me. God, you had that motherfucker trapped, couldn't get away. Like, how do you leave after you killed another Jedi? You can't go back to the Order now. You got to be full on Sith, baby. Better change that Kyber crystal now. It's over. You can't go back. There's no going back. Did I care about that? Go ahead.
I also maintain my position. Dooku has my form 2 is my favorite lightsaber form.
Yeah, the classical form. Yeah. It's just for lightsaber fighting. It's for lightsaber fighting. And I like that when I saw Dooku in the movies, that he came out with that recurved lightsaber.
Yeah, that curved lightsaber blade. I love that. I love that lightsaber blade. I'm sorry.
I like that. And I like that his style was more classical fencing styles with turns and stuff like that. It just looks graceful to me. Don't mean I don't like Nova Pod. Don't mean I like Form 3 or 4 with the jumps and the flips and stuff like that. But all his shit was grounded, and he took you out with just that grounded style. He wasn't jumping all over the place. He didn't have to do all that shit. He just straight saber skills. Take your arm and put your leg down. What up, BMT? Trigger warning. Trigger warning.
What's going on? What's going on, everyone?
Hey, what's going on, BMT? Great show you did with Charles the other day.
Thank you. All y'all kids, shut up. Daddy's talking. Okay. Yeah, man. No, like I think it really hurts me because I think one of the first sci-fi movies, two sci-fi movies I saw as a kid was E.T. and Star Wars. Mm-hmm. Those are the two. If that it gave a purpose for It gave a purpose for a young boy to dream, to actually try. So, and that was always the main stake. And anybody that wanted to debate me on it, I would love it. It was always about a young man. Hey, I want to go be a pilot. I want to go out there and travel. No.
Right.
All right. Hey, mom, I want to go do this. No, Elliot, your asthma. No, trust me, I can do it. Like it was. There's a lot of stuff that's very interesting. Like Darth Maul has his own story. There's a lot of things that go on that you never have to touch the Jedis in Star Wars.
That's
You
true.
you really don't. Like, to be honest, the majority of the stuff that happened in their universe wasn't being done by the Jedis. It was being done by all kind of other people. Hey, hey, can we use this junk tanker and get this thing over there? Man, listen, dude, I just lost my wife. Come on, man. I just need you to believe, dude. Like, that's what I'm like. That's why I'm surprised. Like, they don't ever use other outsourced things that they can touch on. Other species, like you could do. I'm not sure if they are willing to do the show without humans, but it is possible. I mean, they did Avatar. I mean, shit. I mean, you could do anything when Avatar came up.
They still look humanoid though. That was the thing. They still look humanoid.
Right. But you know, the thing about it was I was willing to learn more about that. I didn't know Avatar was like somewhat like a book, but I was willing to learn about that culture of species. It wasn't a book? It wasn't a book? Well, what the hell was that nerdy boy showing me? Well, I must have looking at the fan art stuff. But
yeah.
But it was very captive. I like fantasy because it expands my mind. You know, I like fantasy. There's not a lot. I get tired of watching just The Wire and other stuff. You know, I'm just, you know, no offense, nothing against any man, but we got to start pushing hard, even if it's like short films on like fantasy, man. But go ahead. Thank you, bro.
No, I'm both a Trekkie and a Star Wars fan. I feel you. I like my fantasy stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I'm both Trekkie and Star Wars and sci-fi in general. I always love. So if it's out in space, I'm usually watching it.
I thought the Klingons were black.
Klingons were black.
Oh, okay. All right, so I wasn't wrong. All right,
no, as far as I was concerned, Klingons was always black because that's who they got to play them fucking parts. It's better than blackface and some British white dude.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Klingons, their culture and stuff like that was always seemed like it was just black culture. Why you think people gravitate
for that? But
why you think people gravitate to Worf so hard? It wasn't because he was the best goddamn character. There was a big ass Negro up there, like Worf, son of Morg. Humans raised me. He's basically, think about it this way: if you want to have a laugh, think about Worf in the story of Worf in Star Trek: The Next Generation. And think about Arnold from Different Strokes.
I can see that.
Kind of the same story. Somebody else raised him. That's why Worf always caught shit from other Klingons. He was
I could definitely. But
didn't he have a white mama?
Right. That's what I was saying. Like, wait a second. Like, didn't he used to catch shit because they were like, he's half blood? Yeah, like they used to look at his kids weird, like he's half blood or something. Like, what the hell? How can they tell? They can sniff each other and stuff. I was like, that's interesting. These guys are
just move different. It's no different than taking a black dude from the hood and a black dude that's been raised by some white parents and putting them side by side. It's just different. You can feel it. They'll just walk different. It's a little different. That's what the Klingons do like.
You got to remember.
I don't know. You ain't right.
That is very true. We do look at other black men in that are not white. Born in certain right. Like, do you think you're a white boy? Like, that's why we kept looking at Carlton. Very interesting. Like, he thinks he's white. You think he's white?
Yeah. You also got to remember that Kalar, Alexander's mother Kalar was half human, so that's part of that too.
That's why Alexander got shit. So he got a little shit too. Worf on that blind side space. Yeah. Good reference, no one. Good reference. That's a 2-layer reference right there.
Yeah.
Blind side space. I think you should come home with me, Worf. You sleeping out here by yourself? No, I think you should come home with me. I'm
like, and
what happened to his mother? Did she die or something? Like, what happened to her?
I don't remember.
But I remember he had to raise his son by himself.
You talking about Kayla? Yeah. One of the Duras killed her, and Wolf went on that ship and killed him.
Got that payback.
Yeah. Wolf was not playing that episode. I was like, dang, he actually killed him.
Aquateki is like, yep, Worf has Russian adoptive parents. Yes.
True.
Why did Russia? Now, my thing I was going to say about the Star Wars and the ET thing, BMT, was that, excuse me, you realize the two stories that are really pivotal in the 80s for young boys' aspirations of growing up and seeing what's out there in the world.
Yes.
Is Star Trek and ET, right? Or not Star Trek, but Star Wars and ET. Mm-hmm. And you realize the two people that created them were friends and consulted on each other's movies. George Lucas and Steven Spielberg. And they consulted on each other's movies. That's why the ET aliens show up in the Star Wars shit. Because they were friends. They were doing things independently and wanting to tell their stories. And they helped each other. They talked with each other.
Wait. So you're saying that there was a little ET on Star Wars?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Now I got to go back and look for that little fucker.
I believe it's in is it episode 1 or 2? They have a pod in that council chamber. It's little ET aliens in there.
Shit!
Because
I've been watching episode 1 recently. That's a good movie.
Talk about overlapping stories.
Because they were friends. They were friends. They've always been friends. They're still friends. That's how KK even got into the mix, coming along with Steven. That's why if you go back and look at KK's filmography of what she's produced, she got credits on ET. She has credit on everything that Steven Spielberg produced. She was there. That's why that Indiana Jones thing is such a big deal.
Shout out to Indiana Jones. God damn it.
No, they shot Indiana Jones. They're going to kill him like they killed Solo.
Oh, God. Don't do that. Don't do that.
It's done. Indy 5 is coming. Indiana Jones 5 is coming. No. He getting straight soloed again.
I don't see no chick. I don't see no chick boxing it out with burly, greasy, hairy men in the desert and stuff being dragged. You know, every time Dr. Jones was dragged by a truck. I don't see no chick doing that. I would love to.
Here's the thing. That was World War I. They moving on now. They moved on. You know, this is the thing. You can't necessarily see her doing the same stuff that you saw the last dude doing because she won't. They'll make her a bit more badass, dude. It won't be one dude out there with a sword spinning it and he got to shoot the dude. No, it's going to be 2 of them or 3 of them. And she's going to kick all their ass like Scarlet Witch. I mean, not Scarlet Witch, but Black Widow. It's just going to be it.
Yeah, listen.
Harrison Ford killed off in every franchise. Yes.
Harrison Ford was the dirtiest fighter in that franchise. There was no.
So I love that shit. Indy was, look.
And I respected it, bro.
Look, why can you say Han shot first? Because Indiana Jones shot first too. That's Harrison Ford.
He never broke character, bro. He never broke character.
That was Harrison Ford. Yeah, Han shot first. Just like Indiana Jones shot first too. That motherfucker didn't even have a gun. He had a sword. He's like, fuck this fool. Wow. Where the hell is it? Where we at?
Oh man, boy. Like that man had
as much as they tried to cover that scene up, I still remember that scene. Yes, I bet you have. Shot him, bam.
That shit,
they try to cover that now. You can't find the original.
Like, oh my God, he just blasted that fool.
Right. Like,
but he had a weakness. That's a good hero. He had a weakness. He's still scared of snakes.
Yes. Oh shit. Yes, the pit when he had the snake pit. He's like, fuck. Snakes. Are you serious?
I felt it. I was like, why do it have to be snakes? I'm like, me too. What the fuck? Dude, nah, well, we ain't going to get that arc. I had to set that whole place on fire before I go down there. I'm sorry. I don't care what's down there. Child of God, don't matter, dude. Look, you got to do something about all these cobras and shit. Like I don't know what they eating down there, but kill them.
A lot, a lot of. But I remembered. It was always a father son or mentor duo from Shorty, the Asian kid, that was with Dr. Jones.
Short round.
Indy,
Short round.
yep. And I mean, you had Indy and his dad. Oh man, that was pretty deep. That was pretty deep. He was like, yo, that was deep, but he was going to die. He was like, listen to me, son. Let it
Indiana.
go.
Yeah, Indiana.
Yes, that was a father moment right there. He said,
Yeah, because that was the time that he finally called him his nickname. He never called him his nickname. He called him Junior because he knew what his name was, right? He only called him Junior. But at that moment, he was really trying to reach his son, and he called him by the name his son wants to be recognized as. And that's what he said, Indiana. Let it go. Brought his son to his lips. Like, God damn, Daddy said my name.
Yeah, okay. That would have definitely. But he was focused on that cup at all costs. He said, "No, I just want my son. Come on, we got more adventures to see.
Let's go. Let's get out of here. Fuck that cup. Everything you wanted.
Yeah. No fucking way a woman can gap that, bro. Ain't no way a woman can gap that type of intensity, bro. There's no way.
We gonna see. We gonna see.
They're gonna try. You know they're gonna try.
No, they're not even gonna try, Albert. They're just gonna put her ass in there. KK behind that movie. What the fuck you think it's gonna be? It's gonna be Ray 2.0.
Right.
What? Try not. No. She's just gonna be better.
You're not.
Just gonna be better. I tell you the two things I look for in this Indiana Jones movie: how they kill Indiana Jones and get him out the way, and then what scenes from other movies did they steal to put into this Indiana Jones movie? That's it. That's it.
Oh God.
That's all I'm waiting to see. I'm not looking for another KK feast. Fuck you. I'm only showing up because I like Indiana Jones and Harrison Ford, even though he pissing me off because he keep letting them kill these characters off. Like, nigga, you know if you didn't sign on for this shit, they wouldn't have did it.
Yeah, just like they fucked up Ghostbusters.
If you don't like the character, then don't do it. Don't do the movie.
Oh damn, they're gonna kill goddamn Dr. Jones. Like, holy shit. That's the only reason why I like the Bible. Because goddamn the dude was doing stuff that was in the Bible. I was like, okay, that's in the Bible. Yeah.
Got you to researching history a little bit more.
Hell yeah.
Because Indiana Jones researched history. And I'll tell you, is if you want a link to this shit, how influential Indiana Jones was to people. Watch the Director by Night documentary, and you see Michael Giancano, who directed it, who was a movie composer. He always wears a fedora. Why does he always wear a fedora? Because of Indiana Jones. He was wearing a hat like that since that movie. Since that movie came out, he was always wearing that hat.
Oh God! If this chick does the movie without a fedora, she's not a Dr. Jones.
No, they're gonna give her a fedora.
It's gonna be some Gucci hat.
Doctor, a sonic screwdriver. It's still gonna fuck it up though.
You know I got to pull this one out. Where do you think the flip phone came from?
Star Trek.
That little
Black
communicator.
Man. Black
yeah,
man.
That's right. It was a black man that came out with a flip phone.
Shout out to Sci-Fi.
We don't build nothing right.
No, we build a lot of shit that nobody pays any attention or respects. I tell you this, built that Black Panther franchise. What they about to do with it now?
You're about to find out.
Yeah.
I just look at it that a lot of like I said in the 80s I was a kid, but I understood the lesson as a kid of what it was pushing out for. Hey, even if you're a sickly kid, get out there, get on your bike and go explore. I understood that of, hey, go research. There's a whole world in that book. Hell, all this PC shit is killing me, man. Like, I just don't know.
That's why that shit still plays nowadays, because in the 80s, if you were like, 6 to 10 in the 80s, you understand that whole BMX culture. So them putting ET in there and all the kids was riding BMX bikes and flying and shit and going off and having adventures like the Goonies and shit like that, that's 80s kids life. That's why that shit works in Stranger Things. Because anybody who's actually lived through the fucking 80s remembers that time where kids could go out and have adventure. It was on them that they could go out into the world and have these damn adventures and shit. You look at the shows that they put out now, kids nowadays wouldn't even do adventures. And it was something so emblematic in that documentary that the guy said about how when they were kids, they got to do things because this family had like a video camera or a little cassette recorder. He recorded all kinds of shit, right? They made their own little movies and stuff. And he asked his mother about the supervision and stuff like that. And his mother clapped back at him about she didn't want to hear it about not supervising your kids and that they were left alone too long to whatever. But that's what kids in the 80s did. Kids in the 80s went outside and played with each other and got into shit and did things and made stuff up. But what they were marking on as adults was that they couldn't see kids nowadays doing any of that shit. No, they don't. Closest you get is them in their room doing a fucking goofy ass TikTok. This is it. They don't get to go out and do anything goofy or have no exploration. No, everything is unsafe and you can't do it, and they've banned it and everything else. So what do they get to do? Where do they get to develop their own imagination? Because if I can watch this dude and watch his old home movies of when he was 10 and 12 with his kids out there jumping on roofs and making movies and sword fighting and shit like that, and I bring it up to today's time, it's like, okay, well, the kids nowadays have camera phones. But what are they doing with it? They bored.
I think that's why
Tide Pod challenge. Like, what?
That's why you love Jonathan Hickman's Fantastic Four, because Reed said, hey, the foundation, the kids just thought differently. They were figuring out shit. The imagination for a kid, it was just different. It was just massive.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, kids be thinking, I like when I was a kid, I wrote so many cool comics and shit. I found two of them. I was like, yo, dude, what happened to me, bro? I must have just stopped dreaming.
Look, I was thinking about this at work the other day because they don't allow us to get on a roof, right? If it's over 6 feet, we can't get on it. We got to call a contractor or something like that because they're worried about motherfuckers falling off a ladder. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ, dude. But I'm thinking about it, like, when I was a kid, this was something I would do just on the weekend. I'd see a roof and try to figure out how to get up there. And I don't care what I had to precariously hang over or whatever, because we didn't have no rock wall gyms and stuff like that to do free climbing. That's just what you figured out, how to get onto this roof, maybe at your school or whatever. That was just what I did. I figured out how to do it. Okay, well, I can shimmy up this drain pipe and then just hang on the drain pipe to the little metal grating and then pull myself up on that and get onto the roof. That's all I did. Climbing trees, all that kind of stuff. But when I see kids playing outside now, I don't see them doing any of that shit.
Yep.
I pass whole parks, whole grassy areas, parks. Ain't a fucking kid nowhere in sight playing a goddamn thing. No baseball, no basketball, not fucking around with their friends.
Yeah, the basketball course.
I'm driving by a whole skate park, and all the kids do is sit on the pre-built half pipes and skate ramps. All they do is sit on it. None of them skate that bitch. I'm like, this is so fucking asinine. It's a whole half pipe made for you, structurally sound and everything. The most you can do is figure out how to get to the top and sit your ass on the coping. And if you don't get your good having a skateboard, don't know how to ride it ass, oh my God, dude, it's just wasted to me. It's just like, these are broken fucking kids. These aren't kids. These are old people waiting to get there.
It was one of those things where when we was in we had the elementary middle school as one, yes, I know the South, and there was a tree, and yeah, they wanted the tree to be torn down. The school board wanted it torn down, but the principal fought. He was like, no, let the tree stay there. He said, because that tree, them kids actually climb up in that tree. And when I say we stored so much crazy stuff, from time capsules to comic books, candy, all kinds of stuff up in that was our fort. That was our fort. Hell,
Kids
even we
always
even
had
helped.
forts.
Yeah,
Kids
that was
always
our
had a
fort.
fort.
You know what I'm saying? It only got weird when the girls started trying to figure out how to get up there. I'm like, all right, man, y'all got the bottom half. We got the top half of the branches. Just stay down there. All right. We'll take the other half of the we'll call ourselves the Elf Kingdom in crack, but it was badass as hell, man. Like I went back there. Sadly they cut down the damn tree. But I'm like, shit, dude, you just
Too
cut
many
down
kids up
so
there. It's
many.
not safe. But here's the thing. My group, we'd play in trees and shit like that. That's how you figured out how to build your first fucking tree house if you didn't have no trees in your backyard or anything like that big enough. I'm from a city, right? So there ain't a bunch of big ass trees around your neighborhood. You got to go to the park for that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we wasn't hating on any girls that came out there to play with us. If they could come out there and play with us and she can climb up the tree like we could, cool. But what we weren't doing is we got to bring the tree branches down lower so you can get your ass up there. No, bitch. No. If you wasn't strong enough to hang, you wasn't strong enough to hang.
Right.
There's a dude down there with you. He can't come up here either because he ain't strong enough to do it. Look, it is what it is. That's the beginning of elitism. You play to your level. If you can't get up here, you can't play up here with us. I don't know what to tell you. Get stronger, nigga. Learn how to climb.
Yep. That sure enough will, but we all go back in. But before recess, we'll go in there. Please. By the time that thing was done, I was just saying, man, like it was crazy.
But no one say, kids, what is your profession? Outside. Yes, that was your whole job. Get the fuck out the house.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was punishment being in. I think that was punishment being in the house and not being able to go outside. And I was like, now that you can't get them to go outside, and I think that's what stifles that of. And I'm not crapping on the movies now. Where I see them like they're like video gamers and all the stuff, and in the video game world, or like some Fortnite, and I'm like, God damn it, dude! Like, go back to the Page Master or other shit where like the Goonies or something. Like, you can still break off on those type of worlds, man. Get a kid knocked out in a coma and shit, he just go into a whole world and find courage. Like, it's possible, man.
I could never get into Fortnite, and I'm a gamer.
I've watched my son. I watched him play Fortnite. I watched his stepson play Fortnite. And when I watched it, I was really just asking him, like, what? Okay, so what are you doing this shit? How do you do it? How does this make sense? Because it's two games I'm always fascinated and I don't understand really at all. And it's Fortnite and fucking Minecraft. And Ford loved Minecraft to death. But it's like, oh, he's just digging and building. It's like, at this 8-bit level, I mean, didn't we advance past that? I don't fucking get it. But it's probably not for me to get. It's not my age group.
Now, this is probably the millennial come out of me. I can do some Minecraft. Because especially in creative mode, it's just like building with Legos, and it's fun. I've built whole building structures and stuff. It's fun.
Yeah, but that's when I get into define fun. What is fun about it? Because fun is nebulous. You understand, right? If I take a hammer and drive a nail and I say this is fun, you would actually ask me like, okay, so what's fun about that to you? You can assume that it's fun that I hit the nail with the hammer. You could assume that. It could just be fun that I like hitting shit with hammers. Which means it could also be fun to crack you over the head with it. You don't know. So you have to ask, like, okay, what's fun about Minecraft? Yeah, I've seen a lot of junkies, Minecraft junkies, Aquateki. I just don't know what's really fun about it. I like building. I like Legos, but I still don't know.
But you can build a lot of crazy stuff. Like I built an entire pyramid once in Minecraft.
I think you would be proud of me because just last year I learned how to play D&DR. You know, and at first I was nervous because I'm like, how I look a big black, well, because I had that skepticism. That's not what black people do. And when I found, like, I moved into a new a new area where it's predominantly white. And, you know, as I drove around, you know, the people always at around 8 o'clock, the people go to the comic book shop. And I was going in there and like clothes and stuff and outfit stuff. I'm like, oh my God, we got an occult in town. The fuck? And I'm like, then after that, I got curious and I went by there, and they were in there playing DDR. Like had a big table that they formed and everything. They had a game master and shit. And the guys, they were like, "Hey, you want to come in?" And I'm like, "I don't know how to play. We'll teach you. We'll teach you." And I'm like, I don't know. And they literally grabbed a curtain and put it around me and said, "Here, tell you what, come on in. You'll be a druid. We need a druid. Our druid, he's out of town." So, no, but see that was the rule. That was the rule. You have to immerse yourself in that of the world, so that way you can understand. Right, right the role, and you have to. And as you start breaking it down, I'm like, man. Like he was like, okay, like, and as they break it down, as I started learning it, and I'm like, damn, dude, like all this time I'm worried about what people will think about me. Mind you, the people that play the game, they are well successful people, but I'm like, but their imagination was really kick ass, and I'm like, damn, dude, how often has black people or black men, our imagination has been stifled, where. Yeah. Hey, artisan, can we come to your shop and play Dungeons and Dragon? And you know what I'm saying, like. I'm sure your jaw will drop like the fuck. What's happening? Like
of course. Like what the fuck? What day? That was the usual conversation. We did have a play group that played in there on Sundays, and it was Forrest's dad's group. He would play on Sundays in there, like once a month. I can say from the times that I've played D&D, D&D is fun if you get into it and you could have a regular play group where you can keep doing it. As you get older, it gets harder to get that play group to stay together. So D&D is easier to play when you're in your teens and maybe in college. When you get to having kids and in your 30s and shit, it's harder to play that shit because you have the time. You have to set aside so much time to play it, and people have other responsibilities, kids and shit like that. That's why a lot of my D&D groups broke up, is because everybody got kids and families and shit. These are all grown people, married and all kind of shit. Real jobs, serious jobs, career jobs. And look, I'm a programmer. I got a PhD, but this is the Saturday at 6. We doing this D&D shit. I'm getting in here. I'm about to roll my paladin, and we gonna play my paladin now.
And us talking about this, I think that's one of the factors that's going into this great resignation of why everybody's quitting their jobs or working from home. Just because they want to explore their imagination.
It's part of that, and that
it's not the whole thing. Don't get me wrong, but I think that's part of it.
It's part of it, but it's the thing of it for me is that I said this during the pandemic. It will be really interesting to see after curfews and stuff like that was lifted and people could actually get out in the world again, what was going to change for people after that? Psychologically, that was the interesting thing. What was going to change? Right. This mass resignation shit that you see with people, that's what changed. People do not look at their jobs the same way anymore. They do not. They will leave that shit for mental health, straight up. They've had 2 years of the world stopping and not having to be in that rat race, and that changed the way they looked at the rat race. It really did. They really got introspective for a minute and did some of the mental work a portion of society does all the time anyway.
Yeah.
But now you got it en masse. So it's a lot of people realizing my life, my time, and my health is more important than this fucking job. I'm not killing myself to be here at work. You know what? You think I am? You know what? I'm going to quit and get the job for more money.
Yeah, you would be shocked how many office buildings around Indiana are just now empty.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't be. Look, I told you, I see this shit. I had a dude working my job. He just quit to get the same raise that the other dude at my job got. He got the same amount dollar raise that the other dude at my job got. He quit. Didn't even tell nobody. He came in, gave his 2-week notice, and the next day came in, turned in his phone and his keys. Like, nope, I'm out of here sooner. Bye. It's just what it is. People don't look at shit like that the same way no more. It is completely changed. It's not going back that way. People really just start looking at this shit like, you know what? Maybe I was spending too much time working for people that didn't appreciate me, didn't actually value my work ethic. Maybe I'll go to somewhere else quicker who wants to actually pay me what I actually need, which is more money. Get higher up on the rung. Fuck you.
it was definitely different. It was definitely different. Probably because I was in a that of a bracket of armed forces and security. And I remember going into town and there was nothing. It was ghosts. And I remember I ran into like some gangbangers and they were like, "Man, where are the people at? Sack, where are the people at?" I said, "They're gone." And I'm like, "What are y'all doing out? Shit, we don't have TVs or stuff. Our entertainment is fucking with people." And I'm like, "Oh, well, all the people are at home." And they're like, "Well, shit. Well, y'all gonna have to go back to y'all communities and hang out." And they're like, "Well, there ain't nothing there." I said, "Well, shit, man. Well, they went there." Well, I hope to God that guy didn't steal that grill. But some people, I think that kind of freaked them out, having to be alone by themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like that freaked out a lot of people. Like one dude, he was like, I get high so that way I don't have to be alone. And I'm like, "Man, you don't need that smack to." He said, "No, man, I don't like being alone in my house, man. Like to myself with me and my mom and all that stuff." And I'm like, "Listen, bro, like this ain't it." I think that was something. The world stopping for 2 years. It shook the shit out of a lot of humanity of actually allowing them to think about some of the stuff in their life, like they
Yeah.
just couldn't deal.
Yeah, I would look at it as a big reevaluation that people reevaluated a lot of things in their lives, even relationships. Like one of the things I thought about during pandemic was women related. And I knew a lot of women who couldn't stand being by themselves. They couldn't stand being at home by themselves. They would have to be out, going out somewhere, or going to somebody else's house or whatever. Now you're at a point in time where you cannot go out. You have to be in your goddamn house. You have to be there, and you can't leave. A lot of people trying to deal with themselves had a problem. They did. They had a problem. They had a real issue. A lot of chicks that need a lot of fucking attention and stuff like that. That's why you saw OnlyFans blow up, because they wasn't getting a regular supplement of male attention, the male gaze that they complain about nowadays. They wasn't getting that shit. They couldn't function. They had to start turning on cameras and shit like that to get somebody to pay some fucking attention to them.
Yeah.
House flowers. They're sitting there withering, like, "Oh, how am I going to survive if nobody takes me out to dinner?" Come on, man. There was a lot of that shit. A lot of people run from themselves and they fill their life with a lot of stuff other than actually getting into some kind of accord with themselves, because they don't actually like themselves. They're trying to make everybody else like them, but they don't like themselves, which means it'll never work. Mostly introspective people, they weren't worried about that shit. It's like, "Oh, we on lockdown, I have to stay home. Nigga, I'm cool anyway." Like, look, gamers was like, and
Yeah, that didn't bother me. I had got
let's run this
I got
mission.
my
We're gonna
piece
clear
up.
out this whole game.
Yeah,
People
all
who
the games
love
I
to
didn't
read,
beat. Yep.
not a problem. People who love to read was sitting at home reading books. People who like to build stuff. Dude, I saw more construction projects going on in people's houses during pandemic because they was doing all the shit in their life, in their personal life, in their personal area that needed to get done. Cleaning up their house, building stuff in the backyard, fixing the garden, all this other shit that actually made their life a little bit better living outside of just jumping in the car, running on the freeway to get to the other thing, to get to the job, to be at the job, and then run back and do this. All that ripping and running was over with. All that
Right.
ripping and running was over with. And that has to cause, over a long enough time, it has to cause a shift. That's why you see so many of these bitches coming back to the table. Just saying. Not that I'm turning the geek stream into talking about chicks, but look, that's why they coming back to the space. They got shook because all them strong, independent women was hush mouth during pandemic. Couldn't find their ass. They wasn't saying shit. They was waiting for somebody to come over here and bring toilet paper or some bread.
Well, that's the thing about it, brother. When you say that, like when you were naming off the gaming franchises that the women were using to make these movies and shows, and the upset roar of a lot of the actual fan base. Wait a second, that's not how it goes. Do you not read it? Did you not read the game? Like when you said Force Awakening, that's a whole game on 360. That was a very good game. And I'm like, how did you fuck it up? All you had to do was play the game. That only would have took you 36 hours. And there was 2 games. You could have got it done in a week and know everything from it. But I now see it whereas to when the men reaffirm their attention into there's other shit more worth my time than pussy. And the women like, how dare you not put me, a Nux on the moon, on the fucking goddamn throne? Like, yes, I kicked you off the throne.
Yeah, because if you leave it to them, they'll tell you that men care about pussy more than anything else. And not really. You care about it more than everything else. Mm-hmm. Sex is not the primary thing on a man's mind after a certain age. That's second. Next to his survival and what legacy he's trying to live for himself. The more men get on that, and the more they put pussy to the side, like it's a side dish for what's the main dish of your life that's going on. The side dish started, why am I on the side? Don't you want this? You got the same thing every other chick got. Anyway, They don't like that. It's the main thing for them. And the ones that have the biggest problem are the ones that show you that's all they got to fucking offer. How many times you watch Kevin and see them chicks up there just thinking they just supposed to get it while she got 3 kids yelling in the background and just think she need a high value man, high earning man. He got to make this. Like, bitch, you need to not be dating. You out of your fucking mind? Why don't you go raise your kids?
Right.
You know, another thing I've noticed now that I'm getting older, the ones who complain about cheating the most are usually the ones that do the most. Man, want to cheat.
Yeah, those are the cheaters. Those are the cheaters that haven't been caught.
Yep. There was a funny thing happened to me today. This last week when Halloween was around, a baller came out to the one of the club facilities, and he threw $3,000 in the air.
What a moron!
And hang on now. So when he threw $3,000, when he threw the $3,000 in the air, you know, me and so the security started picking it up. The women started dropping on the ground and rolling on the ground to pick up the money, and they're like, "Yo, what are you doing?" There's $3,000 on the ground. Like, God of War is coming out in like a few days, nigga. What the hell you think I'm going to do? Like, the fuck? Like, this is my gaming buddy, and they're like, this is for the women. I could have sworn y'all were independent boss bad bitches and equality.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean,
where did that go? Where did that go?
Where did that go? I've never seen a boss bitch trying to drop it like it's hot on the floor to get money. What? Boss bitch? That's a hoe.
You know.
Piranhas for a drop of blood. Yeah,
right.
Blood and water.
But that equality shit does not holistically work in women's eyes when it comes to equality. It doesn't exist.
It's two things that don't exist. They'll talk about it all the time, but it doesn't exist in females by design. It doesn't. Equality and integrity. Those do not exist in females. It doesn't. You can't have integrity in somebody who's an opportunist because they will never pass an opportunity. That means you have no fucking integrity. That means you can't have it. You can't have integrity and then be an opportunist at the same time. You can't, right? And the other one is equality. There is no equality for them. No, it's not. Because if you get on one of these feminist things, there is no man equal to them. There's not. And you can see it every time they get power. No man is equal. And men really get the short end of the stick. But a man will give them power in his organization if he's in charge. Kevin Feige, Victoria Alonso.
God damn, Arson. Were you in one of my combative classes? But we literally just said some shit like that. That was scary because I failed. I'm just saying, like, no, okay, I failed one of our prominent students, but he can still re-up it. Because I said, why didn't you use your pistol? He was like, that's a coward's way. Like, I'll just fight him with my hands. And I'm like, you had the opportunity to use your pistol and end the fight. Why didn't you use it? No, we meet him hand-to-hand combat. It's 2-on-1. What are you, Batman? Like, nigga, stop. Like, use your pistol. There's no shame in the fight.
We shoot one and then beat up the other one.
But But that's the thing about it. I think that we have as black men, we think that other groups of men will not take advantage of opportunity over us if they get a shot. Versus, what will other people think? And I'm like, no, man. It's like you can still have the integrity. Is damn. I see an opening. I'm going to take it. Like shit. Go watch some Baki the Rapper. Them dudes have no problem kicking men in the crotch, man. I'm like, that's a fair hit. That's a fair hit. Like, take the shot, bro. Like, it is what it is. That's why Obi-Wan said, Anakin, I have the high ground. The fuck are you doing? All right.
Try to tell you.
Don't try it.
Yeah, don't try it. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you guys feel so inclined. Did make the goal, but that doesn't mean you have to stop because what is it? Almost 3 hours. I'll probably end this at 4 hours. Just because I still have to clean my storage on StreamYards out, running up past the limit.
Yeah, I gotta do mine. Yeah, I gotta do mine.
But what y'all got on some? What have y'all seen in geekdom this week that got you kind of, might have your hackles up, or you actually looking forward to? Because I know Albert catching up on Andor, which you should, because Nick this week should be the prison break week. It should be the prison break week. He finally got the old fish on board. Like, yeah, it's 12 guards, man. Let's do this. Like, yeah, y'all can get out. Just some of you gonna have to die. You can get out if you want to. Just figure it out. They obviously don't care about you. They killed a whole floor. Fuck it. You ain't got nothing to lose there.
That is one of the things I like about Andor, is showing you how brutal the Empire really was.
How they got that way too. Because what can I say? Most of this stuff that I'm seeing is more interesting is that yes, Palpatine is a Sith. Yes, Palpatine is a Sith.
Yeah.
But the general populace doesn't know that shit.
Right.
At this time. The Jedi don't necessarily know it at this time either. They know there's a Sith operating, but they don't know who he is. Right? Mm-hmm. So all this stuff that you see the Empire doing, this is done by people. It's not necessarily done by him personally. He's just in a position of power to pass down these fucking edicts to get stuff done. It wasn't Palpatine that dragged Andor off to jail, gave him 6 years for some trumped up fucking charges. That wasn't Palpatine that did it. It's policies Palpatine put into place, but it wasn't Palpatine personally. Mm-hmm. This shows the oppression of the Empire without it having to show up being a Sith at any point in time. Nobody, like I said, nobody popped a lightsaber yet. There's a lot of drama, a lot of shit going on. And I don't hate on Jedis and Sith. I don't. I love them. But I also know this is a Star Wars universe. And the war being fought is not just between Jedis and Sith. It's being fought between regular people and everybody else.
Right.
All the time, the whole time. The whole Rebel Alliance existed before Luke Skywalker ever picked up a lightsaber and knew what the fuck it was. And they were fighting the war against the Empire already. So he's part of it, but he's not the main thrust of it. Yeah, you got to kill. Thank you. But we still got, even in the books, you still got the Imperial remnant. They didn't wipe them motherfuckers out completely. You know that, right?
Right.
Still got Moffs and stuff like that. They got their own sector of space. Rebels got an alliance. You didn't think the Empire had an alliance too with some of these dirty motherfuckers? Come on, man.
They were dealing with the Hutts. A lot of people did. I think
organizations, all kind of shit. There was all kind of stuff going on in this galaxy before the Empire showed up. And the Empire, how people looked at it as like a control mechanism where it came in and brought some order to something, which is kind of true. But it sparked off into its own shit because it was so oppressive. Yeah, its order came with oppression. Like, you can get 6 years on a trumped up charge with no recourse. And yes, possibly lose your life on purpose because they don't give a fuck about you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no due process, really, none of that shit. Nope. Get your ass in here and start making these parts, nigga. Chop. We got a schedule.
We got a Death Star to build.
Yeah, we got some shit to work on. Come on, let's get it. Hurry up.
Yeah. I remember Leia's adopted father spoke about that when he spoke with them. He said, "Hey, there's a lot of stuff going on behind closed doors that me just meeting you guys that can get me killed or worse." I'm like, "What's worse than getting killed?" I'm like, wait, what's worse than getting killed, bro? Like, you live a nice, lavish life. I'm like,
well, you saw the first movie. What's worse than getting killed? Your whole fucking planet obliterated, motherfucker. They couldn't find you with a star map and a seance. They couldn't find Alderaan, dude. Like, that's what's worse. That whole civilization got wiped out on a test. Not the main thrust, just a test. Just on the test. Like, oh no, yeah, it's worse things than dying, dude. All of you, and they mean all of you planetarily can go.
And what was the scene right after that? Obi-Wan was like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, millions of voices cried out in terror and then was silenced. Yeah. Why is Cara Dune so pissy? Because she's from Alderaan. There ain't no Alderaan no more. She's from nowhere. That's why she's so pissy. Anybody she ever knew and thought about, any pet she ever has, any blade of grass she laid down in and looked up at the sky, don't exist no more. It's over. Forever. Yep. That's why there's worse things than dying. Trust me.
Yeah, they wiped out a whole culture, and I think that's why you hit really deep on this in the final Star Wars saga when they were going to do the last strike on the Death Star. He said, "Listen, we don't got nothing else, y'all. Like, there's no resources, there's no more ships, there's no more bases. I mean, after this is it, y'all. Once the Emperor after this." We can't run. There's no escaping or fleeing. This is it.
This is it. This is what it is.
And if you read the books, the Death Star ain't the most horrible way to die. That's not the most horrible way for a planet to go out.
There's other ways. There's other forces in the novels and stuff like that. Like, what was the other station that Anakin Solo actually died on? I want to say it was Farpoint Station. I don't think that's right. It's not Farpoint. It was another space station. That was a fucking, I think it was Corellian built fucking death laser station or some shit. Like, well, fuck it. There's a bunch of stuff going on in this universe besides just this one thing. That's why I'm not tripping off of it so much. I can get back to the lightsabers and shit. I can. But I don't mind seeing these other parts of it. Like, they talk about this other show that Lucas is going to come back and do, which is the Star Wars Underworld. I want to see the Underworld shit. I really do. Mm-hmm. I want to see the Hutts and the other crime syndicates and the ones that was in Boba Fett hauling spice and shit, running spice and shit and slavery. And it's a bunch of grimy shit that goes on in that universe outside of what the fucking Empire was doing. Before, during, and after, it's a bunch of grimy shit that goes on. So if you're going to do a show just about the underbelly, yes, I want to see that because it's a shitload of crime organizations there, and they ain't all slouches to the Empire. They give motherfuckers a kickback and they leave them alone, or they work with them. Think about Boba Fett. He's working for the Hutt. Working for the Hutts.
Mm-hmm. You got to remember
the Pike Syndicate. I can't think of the rest of them right now, but there was one that Boba Fett went into by himself and started taking him out for a job. Another crime syndicate. It's like Old Man Fett in one of the novels rolled into this crime syndicate and started wiping their ass out looking for somebody. I'm like, God damn, I want to see this in the show. This is what I want to see in the show.
Mm-hmm. You got to remember, too, that even in Republic days, they didn't fuck with the Outer Rim.
Left that shit. They left it to them because they worried about the core worlds, the core systems. That was what's important to hold your hand on people because you want to run out there to the Outer Rim, be my guest, but we got deals with them motherfuckers. We ain't going out there because they stretch too far. Your supply lines are stretched too far. Mm-hmm. But you hold the center, let them do what they do on the fringes. When they come back in here, we got their ass. BMT know, how do you secure a location? Do you secure the outside first, or you work from the center out?
As far as the center on out, man.
Yeah.
Hell no, man. We had that was a thing we knew that when we was dealing out there in Afghanistan. Hey, no, they're dealing with the outer tribes. Well,
Yeah,
what about us? No, there are worse things out there with them.
yeah.
Like,
Fuck them.
like fuck
Let
them.
them fight it out and kill each other.
Let them fight it out. They was like,
Yeah, we got this
they
right.
got we got this, they got that. So that's why in some of the comics and shows, they were like, hey, how far are we? They they bring it up in a lot of the show. How far are we? Shit, we're getting too far out. Only people who like went out there was like Boba and like motherfuckers who knew what they were doing. Like
any of them crime syndicates that want to operate outside of the empire. And that's why I like the Andor show, because you see, when the empire was starting up and taking over more shit, it was all corporations and shit out there that they took over. That's where Cyril Karn was. He was working for a corporation that ran a little bit of this sector of space. They took that whole shit over. You didn't realize that shit? That was like eminent domain on the motherfuckers, boy. They came in and just took it. They just took it over. Like, oh, this killing, this looks bad. We're taking over this operation. Like, what? Yeah, we just took it from the corporation. That show, that shows socialism right there. That shows socialism right there.
Yeah.
They came in and took the whole thing for the empire. That's socialism. Yep. There you go. No problem.
A lot of deals were being done, political as well as with the tribe, or you got to answer to this tribe or this group. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, so it's just that how the narrow-minded thing of you have a whole universe playground, or like my friend and my wife were talking about, hey, you think they can ever do a show about the Sith? And I'm like, I don't see why not, because well, Siths are bad guys. I said that's the thing about the Force. It depends. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like I said, that's what's funny about that's what's funny about the Force. Like it depends on your hindsight point of view of how you look at it.
Depends on your ideological belief. That's why I always break it down to people that Sith and Jedi are religions. That's your ideological belief. Is it Christianity or is it being Islamic? Right. That's a religious belief. It's not the culture of the whole people. It's a religious belief, because if you don't fall into those two in the Star Wars universe, if you don't fall under Jedi and Sith, what is everybody else who's still Force sensitive but never picked one of those tribes to go to? They're just Force sensitive.
That's actually why I think that the cartoon with Dooku was so important, because it actually showed some of the corruption of the Republic.
The Republic wasn't all on the up and up. The politicians were kind of crooked and subjugating their own fucking people. They was doing their own dirty shit. That's why I said that the Empire coming along did bring some control to certain things. It did. It tamped out a lot of that shit, right? Because if you got a bunch of corrupt politicians, well, getting rid of the Senate and you only got one person in charge does eliminate all of that shit, right? It does. Right. You don't have any more corrupt politicians because you got rid of all of them. But what came with that is that one grip of power in that oppression. Now you didn't have anywhere else to go to. You had to deal with that shit or not. That's what the problem is with it. It did bring control and stability, but it also brought stability in the form of, I got my hand on your nuts, motherfucker. You're going to do exactly what I say. I'm going to rip these bitches off.
and honestly, you know what I've said about some of the Jedi and the Old Republic. I would help Darth Sidious kill some of those motherfuckers.
It was about that bullshit.
Because they were on some straight up bullshit. I'm like, damn, I would help Darth Sidious kill these dudes.
Yeah. Well, my thing of it, to speak to Aquatechi's point, is like, yes, I would like to see more stories of people who are fall between that, because gray in a sense is its own religion. It's like saying you're atheist, but you all get together and meet at the same place. That's a religion too, motherfucker. Same shit, right? You just trying to find your way in between those two, making up your own thing, but not understanding everybody, Jedi or Sith or Gray in the universe, has the Force in them.
Yes.
Some people have more of it, some people have less of it, but they all have a Force in them. Some people are more attuned, more sensitive enough to use that shit. If you use it, you use it. The Force is there to be used because it's just the force of living beings. It's just there, right? So anybody can use it how the hell they want to. It doesn't mean that they're a Jedi or a Sith.
Wasn't Annie using the Force when he rode the pod racers? Wasn't he using it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
But they were like that right. But he was saying that's crazy that a kid can keep up with these fast like a pod racer. You got to have like crazy reflexes.
Well, that's
to
what
like
Qui-Gon told him. You must have Jedi reflexes because he has a little bit of precognition, which means he can see a little bit into the future. That's why he can have quicker reflexes. If you got a 3-second head start in everything you did because you could see 3 seconds into the future, you would seem like you have really fast reflexes. But what it is, you're just reacting to things you know that are already coming. That's all it is. You're just reacting before it actually got there. 3-second lead time? What's your stopping distance in 3 seconds in a car if you knew you was going to hit a wall? Before you even got to there 3 seconds, you would already veered off and missed something.
right.
You would never be close to getting hit by anything. 3 seconds will keep you BMT and BMT senses. If you're in the club, a 3-second window into what's going to happen 3 seconds in the future keeps you from getting hit in the club, right?
Hell yeah, it definitely would. It definitely
Put the grab on a motherfucker before he even move. Like, nah, nigga. Like, what? nah. You be laying people out before they even jumped in your direction.
Right.
3 seconds is a benefit, and that's why people with those high. I don't mind using the midichlorian thing, but that's why people with those high counts like that have a lot of force sensitivity. They're really amped up in the force, and they can do a lot more shit than the regular person who just got like, base 20, base 10. I got 10%, force sensitivity. Well, I got 50. I'm gonna do a little bit more than you. Just saying. That's how it is.
They had a what if of Reddit, and they're like, what if they had just allowed Annie to go back home? There was something wrong with his mom. Like, and I thought about that when they were like, "Oh, Annie, shut off your feelings," but he was like, "No, I feel like there's something wrong with my home, my mom. Like, I need to go home. Nah, you gotta do this." That's when he lost control. I'm like, damn, maybe y'all should have probably let him go.
Because any order that goes on for a long time, I can understand tradition and holding the old ways, but after so many years, you have to start evolving with the times that you're in a little bit. You have to integrate a little bit of new stuff. That's why Luke's Jedi Order survived a little bit better than the old Jedi Order, which had you cut off from attachments. Attachments is what makes you grounded to this caring about this world and shit like that. It can lead you to doing some dark shit because you care too much about one person over the whole, like Superman and Lois. But it does ground you into this world to understanding that there are things to care about here because I'm a part of what's going on here. You don't get that from detaching from everything. I care about everybody. Why? I don't know. You ever had a piece? Never had a piece. Then what are you talking about? You got no kids? You go, what? How do you know? How do you know it's worth it? I can see you going really apathetic and just saying fuck all of this. That's why the Sith numbers was so big during that time. Just saying, they didn't care. It was all subjugation for everybody. The Jedi were dope because they were the Jedi that went dark and naturally came back closer to the gray Jedi. I've heard about that. I didn't read up completely on them, but those I think they fall in between that time when that race of aliens started the Jedi. They fall in after that, if I remember correctly.
I was reading the old lores. I didn't know some giant spider people were teaching the Force.
Those are
like
those aliens.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second, giant spider people. I'm like, this is
when you go if you go into Wikipedia and look up the Jedi, JED apostrophe II. That was the original Jedi. That's where the term Jedi comes from, right? Go into them. Those are the original people who were the Force users because they got made to use the Force. They were taught. And it was an older alien race that taught them how to do this shit. It's like it grabbed bunches of people, took them off to another planet. I think it was Typhon or something like that. And started training them how to use the Force. That's where you get your first group of Jedi and your first group of Sith. And because of that, they never really worried about the Force and the dark or the light of that shit. It's just the Force.
That's how they look at it. Yep.
If you read the books with Jason Solo was turned into a true Sith, not a Sith in the sense that he only used the dark side. He was a true Sith in the sense that he would use both light and dark because he was already a Jedi Knight. And then he got this dark side training that he had been getting since the Uzan Vong War and didn't even know it. So when he finally got turned the rest of the way by Lumia to the dark, he was in control. He hadn't lost his goddamn mind like Palpatine and became a megalomaniac and all that other shit, or a scornful, sad man in a metal suit with a breathing problem just cutting down younglings and everything else. That wasn't what he was on. Jason was on one thing and one thing only. I want some order in this galaxy so there ain't no more fucking wars so I can raise my daughter openly. Because he had a secret daughter with Tenel Ka. He just wanted to raise his kid. He just wanted a peaceful place where he could raise his kid so he didn't have to keep going into all these fucking galactic wars and shit like that over and over again. He was tired of that shit. He was done. He had done it enough. He had been doing it since he was a kid. He was finished. He didn't want to do that shit no more. He just wanted to raise his child in a peaceful place. And everybody else was saying, he's this. He is the next thing. Everybody else was saying that. He never said that. It's like, no, I'm not. They don't understand. I'm not doing all this shit for this. Yes, I know some dark side shit. Yes, I know some light side shit. I'm just trying to use what I got to bring peace to this shit. Y'all need to calm the fuck down because I don't want another war. I don't. And if I got to hold it all together by myself, then that's what the fuck I'm going to do. But we're going to stop doing this.
But isn't that like that's an interesting thing? But didn't Luke's school allow you like, hey, like I want to do some Force lightning?
Yeah.
Like,
Luke's school allowed Jedi to learn some other techniques, but the Jedis have their own version of a Force lightning, right? In Luke's school, because the Sith Force lightning comes from anger. Jedis don't use anger, right? So they have to figure out a different way to make that actually happen. That's why you see Yoda, while he doesn't fight Palpatine with lightning, he can't absorb it.
Yeah,
right? He can redirect it, but you don't see him throwing it, right? That technique hadn't been developed yet, but he did understand what lightning was, where it came from, and how to absorb it and how to redirect it. Simple. I mean, even fucking Dooku didn't know how to absorb it because when he threw the lightning and Yoda threw it back at him, what the fuck did he do? He just reflected that shit like, oh shit, this nigga threw it back. He didn't know that part. He didn't know how to do that. He had to deflect it. That was his only shot. Yeah, electric judgment. See, you say it like that. When I first read that, electric judgment, I said, dude, that's a fighting move. What are you talking about? Electric judgment is something I expect fucking Kakashi to do or something in Street Fighter. Electric judgment.
that was interesting because Mace was doing that to Palpatine. He was like, oh, you doing lightning? Oh, cool. There you go. Here's your lightning back, and start frying his face up.
Yeah, but he was doing it with the lightsaber.
Yeah,
he was doing it with the lightsaber. Yoda did it with his hand. He created a ball of Force energy in his hand and absorbed that fucking lightning into himself. I'm like, shit, little motherfucker could know some shit in 400 years.
I would hate to fight a little fucker like Yoda, but that little fucker was flipping around and shit. It had to be annoying as time.
Yeah, Plo Koon is some shit too.
Count Dooku did say, as good as a fighter as Count Dooku was, he did say that if he had kept fighting, Yoda would have killed him.
Yeah, he knows. Because he wasn't on. That was his master. He knows his master. He knows his master. He knew he couldn't beat him in a fight. He wasn't afraid to go head to head with him, but he knew he couldn't beat him in a fight. That's why he took the opportunity he did and got the fuck out of there. He wasn't about to beat Yoda. Yoda was showing him shit he didn't even know he knew. Do you think he would have threw that fucking lightning like that if he thought if he knew he didn't have a one-up on his master with that shit? He wasn't even through it. I'm like, no, that motherfucker got this. No, he thought he had learned some new shit, and he had a one-up on his master, and his master was proof, and you still had a lot to learn. That's what he told his ass. He knew he was going to go down. Yoda was there to kill his ass. He wasn't there to take him into custody. He was going to die that day.
I think that's why it's interesting. I mean, when I watched the Star Wars cartoon series with the clone troopers, Yoda's team was very interesting because he was teaching. He was like, they're like, must be nice for Jedi's to have the Force. He said, no, everybody has the Force. He said, y'all just got to learn how to feel it. And he was teaching them philosophies and everything, and they were like the most efficient team. Like literally, like he was like using hands and shit. I'm like, Yoda, you have no problem killing. He was like, they were like, yeah, Yoda kills a lot of shit. Like Yoda. Like nobody had a bigger kill count than Yoda out there in the battlefield.
Yoda been around for a long time. If you think Yoda been around this long because he was a dumb fuck that didn't kill nobody, you stupid as hell. I don't think anybody on the Jedi Council ain't no killer. I'll just put that out.
That shit had me cracking up when they were like looking at the teams were comparing their missions. And Yoda's team had the craziest kill count mission. Like they have suicidal missions, but I mean, if you went in there with Yoda, I mean, you knew you was coming back. Like,
yeah, I just tell you this. Does a Jedi ever take a Sith in alive?
No, they never do.
Okay, then. So they killers just like the Sith is. They got that same fervor. Like, did I smell dark side in here? Did I smell dark side in here?
One of my favorite scenes through the Clone Wars when Ventress Mara met Yoda, and she ignited her lightsabers, and he took it from her. I was like, damn, like yeah,
fuck out of here, Dark Lady Yoda Sith.
You're like, yeah, like he's like, oh, cute lightsabers you have, and gave it back to her. I was like, yeah, that's you know, you bounce.
Yeah, she better keep fucking with Anakin. She might have a chance with them, but she ain't got a chance with Yoda. She'd have lost more than that. Should have lost more than that. Just shut up. Quit it. And yes, Aquateki, masters never teach all their secrets. You know why? Mm-hmm. If your master spent 20 years pouring the knowledge that he had learned 20 years before you into you, he still wouldn't have taught you everything because he's still progressing ahead too. He didn't stop. He's still training. He's still learning more. That's why you couldn't teach Luke the technique into talking to people from the afterworld to after the fact. They always learning. You always supposed to be learning and progressing. Your skills should always be advancing, even when you teaching students. So you're always learning something new and hitting a new level. So yeah, you might have taught them all the stuff you learned 20 years ago, but that wasn't everything you learned. That's only young people believe that people's intelligence caps at the point they meet them. Oh, you only know this much. No, nigga. I'm always gonna know more than you.
That shit cracks me up. Whenever Yoda like talks from the beyond, he always is talking shit and cracking jokes at he like, you evil little shit. Like that's all you do, talk shit.
That's what makes it so funny when he show up, because he do show up to talk some shit. Like this little motherfucker right here, man.
Now I hate
Why do
to
you
say
keep showing up, Yoda, to just give me shit?
Yeah, but Luke be getting tired of that shit, man.
One at a time. Go ahead, AB. Go ahead.
That was the only good part about Last Jedi was when Yoda showed up. That shit was fun.
I didn't necessarily like that when Yoda showed up in that one, because he was acting like a little fucking gremlin in that sense. He was doing too much. It was too much like fuck you. It was too much like fuck you. It wasn't. Yeah, you wanted to teach shit. Yeah, it wasn't like you were showing up to teach you shit. It looked like you showing up to watch a motherfucker burn his house down. Like you into the chaos right now, ain't you? Like you're too close to this dark side nexus. You tripping? Yeah, he was only trolling. That's all he was doing there. He was just trolling him. Burn it down.
That's all he did, man. Yeah. That's all he did. Like,
but he was too good. He was too giddy about that shit. That was bothering me. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah. He didn't have me done.
Master vibe to him, like, yes, let me just teach you this, and whatever we learn from this. No, he was like, yeah, set it on fire, burn it.
Yeah, he was watching the thing burn and just laughing at. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, who are you hanging out with in the afterlife, Yoda?
I'm telling you, he was on some gremlin shit, dude. He put a white stripe on his head. That's Stripe from the Gremlins, doing the same shit. I wasn't liking that Yoda too much. Like, I like seeing Yoda like something different. That Nether realm is a little bit trippy today. Like, your signal is off. Your signal was bad in the Nether realm. Get more bars.
Oh man, I could only imagine what it's like for Luke when he go to sleep with fucking Yoda be coming there fucking with him and shit, doing stuff.
It's bad for Luke because he see all of them.
Oh God.
Yoda, Obi-Wan, Anakin, like God, everybody's showing up. Like, God damn, like who else back there? Who else in there? Who else you gonna bring on through? You taught everybody this technique. Now they just all swinging through, huh? Okay.
Now, question. The thing I would ask is, why does Rey never have that connection like they do?
Well, it goes back to the first movie, and I think AB can answer this question right off for you. What's the problem with Rey from the very first movie, AB?
Didn't earn nothing.
Well, another way to say it is she was never trained.
That's true.
She never had that training. She never had that training. It's a technique. Everything that Jedis can do is either based on your force sensitivity and a technique that's taught to you. And it's usually taught to you by a master. Who was Rey's master?
Yeah.
And what did they know? Just in case somebody wanted to throw, it was Princess Leia. That wasn't her fucking master. Call it what you want to. That was not her goddamn master. What does she know?
No, that was just thrown in because the original movie tested so bad.
I kind of got up. I got up and went to go take a piss when I saw her use the force and pull herself back in, and
that was probably the best thing you could have did. The rest of us were sitting there, face palming our popcorn, like, oh nigga. No,
I told you I tried to watch Last Skywalker, then I saw Rey flip out of the sky. I was like, no, I can't do it. Nah, this bad. That's it. Nah,
exactly. Rey had no master. Rey had no master, so there was nobody there to teach her that technique.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous.
Could have taught it to her was Luke. And you see what happened to Luke. He was out of there.
She had no problem. Like the thing about it, like that bullshit where she beat Luke, or she started overpowering him and just striking down. I'm like, I was like, holy shit. And like, there was, you guys, y'all shut up for her power. She's stronger than that old man. I'm like, you're not going to overpower somebody with a strike down. Like, he could have sidestepped that shit and chop her leg off. Like, no, dude. Like she was too angry. Anytime they start getting it, they stop the lesson.
If you want to understand how ridiculous that shit is, watch the behind the scenes of Obi-Wan Kenobi and listen to them talk about why they had Reva, third sister, in there fighting Darth Vader. She's just at the point where she's the only one that could. Get the fuck out of here. What? The little kid that she stabbed? No, she couldn't. She wasn't on no level to fight no Darth Vader. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
He beat her with her own lightsaber. That was embarrassing. Yeah. That's one of the most embarrassing lightsaber fights I've ever seen on live action. That was embarrassing.
But look, this is the thing with that. You never see Reva training for shit. You saw her as a Padawan.
Yeah.
A Padawan. And then she's fighting alongside Darth Vader. I'm like, so who trained her? Who is Reva's master? Who's the master, Reva?
It's actually pretty dangerous.
Now you're telling me at a New Hope era, or right before a New Hope era, this bitch was stronger than Luke Skywalker would have been to fight Darth Vader when Obi-Wan was having a tough time with him? Even when he's diminished in the Force? No, she didn't have a master. No fucking way. She was just a Padawan. Get the fuck out of here.
How you say that, Mary too?
Luke had some training and lost his fucking hand.
Nah, I take that. No, you can't even put her on Padawan later. Wasn't she one of the younglings?
She was thank you. She was a youngling. You know what that means? She wasn't even a Padawan yet.
She didn't get the training saber and all that shit. She didn't even get the.
She got the equivalent of going to the YMCA taking kung fu classes.
Oh shit!
YMCA group class. She got the whole group in there just learning how to hold a stun saber.
Turn it on. Just learn how to turn it on. I think that's where that Mary Sue, as you always talk about, it comes in and it hurts.
Yeah,
where too, it's
Black
like
girl tragic, not magic. Black girl tragic.
like there should be no way, and I was like, God damn it, because it's like that. Like Obi-Wan, he was a master of the defense style. Luke started mastering all types of shit. And I'm like, you telling me that you fell down, lost your footing, and you had to stop her? I mean, I would have just used the force and swept her legs out from her. The way she was swinging all wild and shit. I'm like, holy fuck, like how are you pulling this off? Like you got Crystal Foxes showing you shit. Everybody can fit in the Millennium Falcon somehow. I'm like,
hey, going back to Reva for a
Everybody
minute.
can fit in the Millennium Falcon. Like, man, they ain't got enough space.
yeah, I was trying to figure out. Wait a second, dude. We've been inside that Millennium Falcon for goddamn 10 to 15 years. Where the fuck is a whole Rebel Armada fitting inside that Millennium Falcon?
Hey, it's a cargo ship. They don't use all that space. It's a cargo ship.
But going back to Reva for a minute, she tried to take a swing at Darth Vader. Darth Vader just stopped her in the tracks and turned her. Did the hood turn around like, really, bitch? Like you really got you gonna kill me now?
That part was stupid to me too. Even though it looked cool, it was stupid because it's an ability that Darth Vader didn't show after that point and nowhere before that point. That was dumb as fuck.
Right.
I was like, okay, so yeah, it looks cool. Okay, cool. He using gentle fist on her. Okay, he didn't even have to touch her. Awesome. She still shouldn't have been in a fight with him.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. This is why it's bullshit. The reason why I would think they didn't have him pull his lightsaber, because if he pulled his lightsaber, you automatically know that bitch is dead.
Yeah.
Automatic. You know she's dead. You know it. There is no fucking way she's handling him. None. If he pulled a lightsaber out, she was done for. That was the only way to get her in that fight and out of that fight. And then even then, he still stabbed her with her own fucking blade. Like, why ain't you just killing this bitch? Oh my god! Dude.
I think the only person that survived that I can count on, that's a non-Jedi, was Boba, and he survived dealing with Vader, and he was like, "I'm not trying to fight this motherfucker. Like, fuck that. Like, that's how you beat Vader. You get the fuck away. You don't try to stay and fight him."
So let me answer this
one.
Let me answer this one. So to Trev, name the book then, because that didn't happen in the books. I know Leia was trained by Sabine Wren. Not Sabine Wren, excuse me. Saba Sabatine. She was trained by that master. But Leia came to using the Force way later than Luke. Explain to me where in the world would somebody who came to the shit later than you end up being better than you when you've been doing it longer than them? Explain to me there. How does she beat the Grandmaster?
Yeah,
how does she beat Grandmaster Luke? Explain it. Because Saba wouldn't beat Luke. How the fuck did Leia do it? You're going to have to show me the book, motherfucker. You're going to have to show me the book. That didn't happen.
I think by episode...
hold on, BMT. Leia is a Jedi Knight. She is. Just like everybody else in the Solo family and everybody in the Skywalker family. They are all Jedi Knights and Masters. But ain't none of them beating Luke. None of them. Not in the books that I've read, so you're going to have to point out that goddamn book so I can read it. And it better not be none of this recently created bullshit where they try to backfill that bullshit they put in the movies. No, see, it happened in a book now. Motherfucker, the ink is still wet on this. What are you talking about? You're going to have to show me that book. Show it to me. I'll read it too. Go ahead, BMT.
No, I mean... because it was getting to the point where Luke was force sensitive. He could feel his family all over. Like he knew where they were at and pinpoint them. So it's kind of hard, like, because I think part of fighting in the Force is reading the movements of your opponent. That's why, I mean, Qui-Gon was talking about that, like, hey, search your feelings. Like, you can see what the motherfucker's going to do before they do it. And I mean, I just, huh?
You feel their intentions.
Right.
That gives you a tip off. If you're not fighting somebody who's actually Force trained as well. That's what gives Jedis a problem with Mandalorians, because Mandalorians have no emotions, emotions attached to their feelings. They just do what they do, and that's what makes them harder for Jedis to fight, because they're not led with emotions. It's not an emotional state. Everybody else that they fight is an emotional state. Your heightened emotions, fear, whatever the fuck else. They feel all that shit because they're sensitive to it. That's why they feel Sith, because Sith are angry in the Force. They are fucking angry. They have that rage, that darkness. They feel that shit. And it's like, you all right? You good? Yeah, I just got a lot on my mind. Nah, what's going on with you, bro? That's why Yaddle was looking at Dooku like that, like, you all right? You seem a little stressed. I just haven't been sleeping well. That's not what I feel. But I'll let you tell me that shit and I'm going to follow you. Because she felt it. That shit, they can't really hide it. At least the books that I've read is that Sith, especially when Jason was going to the dark side, he had to hide that around other masters, his uncle and everybody else. He had to suppress that shit so they wouldn't sense it. He had to shut down a little bit. And what he learned how to do was hide himself in the Force, where you couldn't feel him at all. And Luke didn't understand how Jason knew how to do that, because Luke, as the Grand Master, didn't teach people a lot of shit. He didn't teach him that. Luke know how to do that, make himself small in the Force. So if he's like a sun in the Force, because his Force powers are so big, right? He'll reduce himself down to a grain of sand, so you couldn't really sense him. You would overlook him. Jason figured out how to just wipe himself away in the Force completely. Like there was no sense at all. It was like it was just not there. He just wasn't in the Force anymore. It was like cutting himself off from it, but he never was. And they couldn't sense him. And that was making people on edge around him, because it's like he's hiding himself in the Force. So they couldn't feel anything off of him standing right in front of him.
You're right. He's in the room, but we can't feel him. Right. He's
getting shit, but they could not feel him. And that was really throwing them off, because that's their tip off. Think of the Force as ESP. If you're psychic or Xavier or whatever the fuck, it gives you a hint into people's emotional states a little bit. And when you can't sense that shit, you're going to have a problem. It's like Superman not being able to move something when he punches it. Something's wrong here. This is something I normally am able to do, and I can't right now. Something is different. Something's not right here.
I think that. No, I think one of your best examples of how you brought up Superman was Batman, and he said, "I can't ever feel when he's in the room with me." Like this guy can actually. Batman's the only one who's been able to sneak up on Superman. He's like, "I don't feel his heartbeat." Like, when the hell did he get in the room?
Yeah, he betrays Superman's super senses. He gets by that shit. Like he shouldn't be able to do that. He can though. He can. Get past all your defenses, motherfucker, because one day he might have to take you out, Clark. I'm just saying. He said, what's up, All-Star? He said, I've never really cared about Star Wars, but I respect it, though. I respect it, too. I just wish most of the people that was working on it the last 10 years respected it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I wish. I wish the CEO of the company respected it.
That's kind of like, well, not exactly. That's kind of like with Edgar and I'm talking about the boys. Oh crap, I can't think of his name. Edgar and what's the name? When they was in the room, he couldn't feel that Edgar was scared of him. Mm-hmm. Homelander couldn't feel Edgar was scared, and it was just that Edgar didn't. He's like, Edgar wasn't.
You got your number.
Two
Trev. Hold on. Mm-hmm. 2 Trev. It wasn't in Legacy of the Force. I read all of those. I read all the Legacy of the Force and all but the last one, Armageddon, of Fate of the Jedi. Leia didn't fight Luke in that. Damn sure didn't beat him. Luke was fighting Legacy of the Force. He was fighting Jason mostly. It was mostly about Jason. And if they were in a sparring session, it was one of those ones before they broke up, because in those books, Luke and Leia spent a little bit of time together and then they were separate because Leia and Han was off with the little Jason's daughter doing their own little thing, and that little fucking critter-looking creature that she had as a pet. And then Luke and Mara was off doing their things on the trail of Lamia and some other shit. So some different Jedis and stuff was split up doing their own little missions. And then when it got to Fate of the Jedi, Luke and Ben Skywalker was off following Jason's trail when he went on walkabout for a bunch of years. They were off finding his trail. And Luke stepped down from being Grand Master of the Order and shit like that and left. He left. Him and his son was off following Jason's trail to try to figure out where Jason went bad, where he went bad. And so they were going to all these other places, and they end up running against the Kashiri Sith, and then Abeloth out there in the mall, who was making Jedis go crazy and shit like that and attack regular people out in public and stuff. It was wild, nigga. It was a wild time. It was a wild time for Skywalker boys. It was a wild time, but they wasn't. Him and Leia was nowhere near each other to be fighting. It wasn't.
Now Abeloth, that weird looking entity bitch.
Yeah.
Now, she was attracted to Luke off of what, like because how strong he was, but it was something that what was her thing that she just had a heart on.
The thing with Abeloth and Luke is that I made the joke before about all these crazy Force using bitches in the universe. Luke probably fucked them at one point or another. So the common denominator is Luke's other lightsaber in his pants. Get him in and get the rest of the Jedis into some shit because these chicks go crazy after he give them some of that. Abeloth was attracted to his Force abilities, but after the Emperor was no more, Empire was no more, Luke spent a lot of time going around the damn universe learning and shit like that. One of the people that he ran up on was Abeloth. That's why I tell you guys, Luke knows a lot of shit that he doesn't share with everybody. He learned a lot of techniques, and he learned a lot of different ways to use the Force because other races in that universe use the Force completely different, and some of it they don't even call the Force. It's not the Force for them. It's just called something else. Like one of them, what I was mentioning, which was I believe it was called the White, is just like a frequency below the Force, and it's still in everything, but it's stronger and a little bit different. And on a different world, that's what they use. And as a Jedi, you have to attune yourself to that if you want to be able to use Force abilities and shit like that. On another planet, it's so sensitive to the Force, you do something like move a coin, a cred ship across the table, you'll start a goddamn hurricane somewhere else on that planet. You can't use the Force at all there because it's too unpredictable. So it's a lot of different ways of that stuff being used because it's just a natural force. It's not something that they control. They manipulate it, but it's in everything. Abeloth was attracted to him by that, and they had a relationship, and it didn't go so well. But Abeloth was out there in the mall in that, what's that pool? What is that place called? Because Dave Filoni tried to touch on that shit and bring it into the Clone Wars and whatnot. I'm forgetting what the name of the place was. But
was she like in the darkness? Was she in the darkness of space, or
yeah?
Like
it's called the Mall, and basically it's like, if I remember it correctly, it's like two swirling black holes, and it's in there between two collapsing stars or some shit like that. And she is just like a Force presence in a sense. She doesn't really have a body, but she can reach out across the universe and start fucking with other Jedis or people that are Force users and messing with their heads and stuff like that. And that's what was making the Jedis, go crazy because she was talking to them. Anybody who was raised at this certain temple in the mall, which was one of Luke's temples that he had set up. Any of those kids that were raised there, she already had a line into them because they had been there so long. So she could reach out to them and fuck with them. So Koran Horn's kids, some of the Solo kids, some of the other Jedis, they was popping off. They were losing their shit. They saw Sith everywhere. They started attacking people with lightsabers, and it was regular goddamn people. But they were seeing things. Like, that's a problem. You can't have nobody with a lightsaber walking around in public and just tripping all of a sudden. Like, it's Sith everywhere. Like, calm down, nigga, what you doing? Like, they was out there killing people, and that's what got the order taken over by the government, and that's what got Luke ousted from that shit. He had to step down if the order wanted to survive. He stepped down and he left. And what is it, Hamner, whatever his name is, he became the new Grand Master while Luke was away. And then that motherfucker ended up getting killed because the Jedi had a whole little fucking coup going on inside the fucking order because of that shit. So it was wild. It was a good read though. It was some wild shit going on. But you have to read that stuff because that is like 9 or 10 books, if I'm not mistaken. And the Legacy of the Force was like 9 or 10 books. And it's been a while since I read them. So I have to go back and refresh my memory on it. But that's from one reading because I do remember shit pretty accurately. So what you got, AB? You sitting there making faces at me. Well, I thought I needed to shave. Boy, you better shave that woolly mammoth. AB got them tentacles going, boy. He said, fuck it. I'm gonna get woolly. It's wintertime. He's trying to keep it warm. I shaved my shit so it wouldn't eat my nose.
I'm up here in Indiana.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said you trying to keep warm. Like, you trying to keep warm. I had to shave my shit because it kept trying to eat my nose. Yeah, Sabine. Yeah, intern Grandmaster Hamner in the Hangar Bay. Yeah, I told you that was a good series. I read that whole series, hard copy form. So yeah, Saba was on some bullshit though. She was on some bullshit. Hamner was trying to hold that shit together, and she just didn't want to listen. But fuck, she had goddamn reptilian, damn near a snake. She fucking hard headed, dude. And he took a fall. Took a fall in the Hangar Bay. That fucked up. I was like, God damn, you fucked up, bitch.
Hey, I was about to put out.
All right, AB, good seeing you, and I will see you next time.
Yeah, I think I guess
when it comes media beaming out. Appreciate you, AB. Go ahead.
You definitely got me into looking at I guess my algorithm is now showing more so of Games of Thrones, House of Dragons, which is interesting and how it's working like that. As far as it comes to like geekdom, I would definitely say definitely like putting out there certain books or certain type of stuff does pique an interest. And like I said, I was never holistically a Game of Thrones type of person until I actually started watching, until I actually started hearing your reviews of it. And I was like, oh, okay. So I definitely can get into this. Like, I think the most I got into was Knight's Tale and Camelot and Excalibur. Like, I think that's how old school I am when it came to like the medieval stuff. Was when they had the Excalibur movie, and that shit was old as fuck and long. I can't get my life back.
I love Excalibur. I love Excalibur, that movie. If you watch that movie, you'll see every British actor that you love nowadays in that shit. Patrick Stewart, Liam Neeson, dude that's playing King Arthur. I mean, they all in that movie. And it was fucking Helen Mirren, which I didn't even remember that was fucking her at the time. Everybody in that shit. Love the Excalibur movie. But beyond that, that is why I do it most of the time. I try to expose you guys to stuff that I may have read and really enjoyed and try to get you to go back and read some of the stuff. Because maybe you have, maybe you haven't. If you haven't, well, look into it. Right? If you have, then we can talk about it together and share our stories of this shit. Like, Two Triv is reading through this stuff now. He's like, Hamner was too authoritarian. Hamner needed to be authoritarian because the Jedi was in fucking trouble. And the only thing with Hamner, he was siding too much with the Galactic Alliance. That's what was freaking the Jedis out. But he had to be authoritarian because he's trying to keep the order from being completely overrun by the Galactic Alliance. They wanted to destroy that shit. You reading those books, is Dala about that bullshit? Is Admiral Dala about that bullshit? I told you what Dala said. Dala don't even like Jedi. She don't. She coming out of the Imperial Remnant. She don't even like the Jedi. And what she said in the Faith of the Jedi book was that, look, every time we get plunged into a galactic war about Sith and Jedi, it's about the Sith stuff. Well, as far as I know, there are no Sith if there aren't Jedis that go bad. So maybe we should just eliminate the Jedi. That's what she was on. And she had a point. Every one of these motherfuckers that took over the galaxy and plunged into Civil War was a Jedi turned Sith. They was tired of that shit. Y'all got to come under some kind of control. We need some handles on y'all. Or we going to wipe out this whole order situation. Y'all not going to operate independent of the government and everybody else no more. Oh, no. You're going to get in this chain of command or you're going to get eliminated. That's why Hamner was being so authoritarian on them and not having them just go off. We can just go off and do this. No, calm the fuck down and follow directions, man. You're going to get us all fucked up. Saba didn't want to listen to that shit. Hamner was. That's what he was on. He was trying to keep the order together till Luke could come back. She was like, nah, we can't do this. We can't do this. We got Jedi's going crazy. We got, man, if you don't calm the fuck down, that's why, oh God, y'all council is fucked up. Look, you needed to be flexible. He didn't have to be flexible. They had to be flexible. Luke left him in charge for a reason. They wasn't respecting that. That's why they ended up getting fucked up.
If you guys want to play or try it out, there is actually a game called Star Wars Jedi Academy. It's on PlayStation and Xbox. Yeah, it's literally Luke. Right. It's literally Luke running his academy, and you're playing as a Padawan, working your way up the ranks from choosing between using Force Lightning or Force Healing. I didn't know that you can heal yourself. To you want to use the dark side, and your master allows you to choose that. It's very good. I think that was one game actually George Lucas actually had hands on, and it was
he approved of that shit. That's the early games from LucasArts that he had to sign off on all of that shit. He had to actually sign off on it. That's why the Star Wars canon is so respected and people get so upset when people fuck up the canon. Is because George Lucas signed off on all of that shit. A lot of it he did. Novels, characters, video games and shit, he signed off on that shit. You couldn't do it without his say-so. You couldn't make it in a Star Wars universe and introduce these characters without a say-so. And that's why their continuity, their canon was so tight. Everybody had a role in that shit. And George was like, okay, that's okay. And it's not just like, oh, this is the character you got. Okay, that's good. No, he fucking fact checked that shit. Like, would it work here? Does it make sense to be here? How does this work? Right. No, I don't like that. Yes, I do like this. That's why. That's what kept it there, because that standard was there. When Disney bought it and KK came in and threw out the canon, that's why everybody was, the fuck are you doing? And then start putting all this bullshit in, mix, match, jumbled up bullshit of fucking Ben Solo. Ain't no such. That's Ben Skywalker and Jason Solo merged together. You goofy bitch! What are you doing? Fucked up two characters. Oh my god.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. I was like, Ben Solo. I was gonna ask you one day about that. I'm like, wait a second, Ben Solo. Who is this guy? Like,
when Disney bought that Star Wars shit, the biggest thing going on in Star Wars at that time was Jason Solo becoming Darth Caedus. in the Legacy of the Force books. That's why I push those. You should read those books. That was the last shit Lucasfilms was making before Disney took them over. Jason Solo, the what was it, the first new Sith in so long? It was an awesome story. It was an awesome story where you take Han and Leia's son, one of the twins, and turn him to the dark side. And you see why he turned to the dark side. What was it really that he was on? Darth Caedus was a fucking beast, dude. Now, he wasn't doing all that ridiculous, 80s, 90s canon shit, but he had a lot of force abilities. A lot of them that his uncle didn't even know. His uncle, the Grand Master, didn't even know the fucking kid knew it. He didn't even know he knew how to do that shit. That's why it was such a big deal when everybody is pushing Luke, like, you gotta better talk to Jason, nigga. He's like, I can't fight my nephew. You can't fight my nephew. Because he knows how that shit is going after him. So one of them gonna have to die. He don't want to have to kill his fucking nephew. No, nigga. That's why he put off for so long. He just did displays of the Force, but he didn't want to have to fight Jason. He didn't. And the one person in the family that did fight Jason fucking died. Luckily, but they still died. It was a problem. It was a family thing, right? So because of that, because of how popular Jason was in the novels, when Disney bought that shit, Kathleen Kennedy remixed it. And since she didn't actually read this shit, don't care anything about it, she took two things that already existed and merged them together into one being Kylo Ren. Ben Skywalker, who is Luke Skywalker's biological son with Mara Jade, who is a Jedi Knight, who his master, in some senses, was his cousin, Jason Solo, who is the biological son of Han and Leia, their kids. They had 3 kids. One of them died as a Jedi Knight helping save the universe, okay? Anakin Solo, right? Ben Skywalker is a beast. He's only about 13, 14 years old. Jason is up there in his 20s, almost 30s, right? She took those two characters and merged them together. And in the movies, gave Han and Leia one son. Luke don't get no kids. And now you know why, because they were killing Luke. He ain't got no kids. He ain't got no lineage. She wanted to end the Skywalker lineage.
That's
why
crazy.
you get no Skywalker kids. So they mixed them together into Ben Solo, an emo, whining ass motherfucker, beholden to his grandfather legacy for some reason, which don't make any goddamn sense. Because Jason Solo did see Anakin Skywalker a couple of times because he did some flow walking, which is how Jedis move through the Force. Use the Force to go back or forwards in time a little bit. He did see Anakin. So they gave him that shit, and they gave him the lineage under Solo just so they can turn him around and have him kill his fucking daddy. Doesn't make any fucking sense.
That's crazy, and I know they've been on a lot of adventures. I just find it interesting because the Solo family went on a lot of adventures. And
Solo family had a lot of adventures. Luke and Ben had a lot of adventures. That whole Fate of the Jedi is the main part of the story that's the most fun, is Luke and Ben together, father and son, going through the universe together in his mother's ship, right? In his wife's ship. And this is after she's died. So now Luke don't have the responsibilities of Grand Master of the Order no more. Ben has come with him. They're on Mara's ship, and they're out in the universe retracing the steps of his uncle or his nephew that went bad. And they're having to reconnect with each other and have a relationship with each other now for what each other went through. Because at a certain point during Legacy of the Force, Jason was trying to turn Ben to the dark side. He was trying to turn his cousin, putting him in all kind of fucked up situations to try to turn him to the dark side. He was picking him as his apprentice. Everybody else that was on the dark side was like Lumia. She was like, nah, that nigga ain't it. He's like, nope, he gonna be good. Lumia didn't want him, so she sent them on dummy missions to try to get that little young boy killed. Look, Ben went through some shit, but Ben also proved himself because anytime in the Fate of the Jedi series, every time Luke went to another planet and he started talking to the Force users on that planet, he had Ben Solo out there as his student, and to prove it, Ben Solo would have to fight some of the students from this other dojo.
Oh shit, that's pretty badass.
Ben would have to be out there. Luke couldn't help him. If he says, I'm Grand Master of the Jedi Order, and you go to this other planet and they use the Force or whatever, and they say, you're recognizing this dude as a master of his group that he runs that uses the Force, and they want to see what level your skill is at, you don't fight him.
Your student does.
Your student fights. And so Luke has to sit there with the other Grandmaster and watch his son fight on his behalf against this person that's probably bigger, older, might be a little bit more skilled. And this is hardcore. And that is how you're going to tell how good Luke's teaching is if his son picked it up. Now, mind you, his son got trained by him and his wife, Mara Jade, who was the Emperor's hand. So she versed in the dark side, nigga. Ben Skywalker is a monster in a young package, 14 years old. What you think he was going to be at 20 or 30? He was into all these fights in that series with these Kashiri Sith and shit like that, where there ain't been no Sith around in hundreds of years, and now it's hundreds of them, whole planet full of them. Nigga, he was earning his stripes. That's what that little motherfucker was doing.
That would have been an amazing HBO, or you know what I'm saying, like a good that would have been a good series. You can't do that in a movie. That would have been a series.
That would have been awesome. That would have been an awesome 12 episode series. If you had Luke and his son Ben going through the universe, going to different places where Luke was when he was younger, learning about the Force and shit like that, that would have been awesome. That's what I was looking forward to seeing when they took it, and they gave me all this Force Awakens feminine bullshit. And I'm like, nigga, you fucked up. That's why I talk about that shit all the time. Go back and read it. The good thing about it, if you go to a bookstore, if you can find one, or on Amazon, I say a bookstore just for this, just so you know how deep this shit is. There is usually a whole fucking section just for Star Wars books. They've been writing these motherfuckers since the 80s. There's a whole section of these motherfuckers, like top to bottom, nigga, bigger than you. Pick up any of them and start reading it. You want to know about Thrawn? Read that series. You want to know about the Keelix? Read that. You want to know about the Uzan Vong? Read that. Fate of the Jedi, Legacy of the Force? Read that shit. You just want to read about fucking Mace Windu? Read his book. They got a book for Plagueis now. Read that one. You'll find out about Palpatine's master, who he fucking killed. Read that shit. It's all good. But after Disney took it over, they cut off that shit. Mm-hmm. So all the books that come after that point, it's all shit to help them fix their fucking movies. You got to go back to some of them tried and true Star Wars writers, you know, Timothy Zahn and the other chick. You got to go back to some of them, Aaron Austin and some of those folks. You got to go back to them to get some actual good Star Wars. No, you got to pick and choose now, because otherwise you're getting this High Republic garbage.
I think that's what drew me and a bunch of different other fathers, especially that we talk on Facebook group, to the Mandalorian, because we were watching the Mando, as they called him, or Mandalorian, with Baby Yoda, and it was that stepdad and son relationship. Father-son dynamic. Yep. Right. And it was like, he was like, I don't usually do this. But they're like, oh, that's your child? And he was like, yeah, it's something like that. And I'm like, you know what I'm saying? And so that's what drew a lot of men until it started going to some PC shit. But that would be badass. Like, your fan base will definitely take to that of Luke taking the back seat and saying, okay, like, son, like, we're going to have our issues. We're going to have this stuff. I know you miss your mom, but you got to learn how to control that and, this and that. And, I would love to see Ben challenge that of, hey, why did the Force do this? Or do you ever think about your dad and shit like that? Like, I would watch that shit for dialogue of them just flying in the ship and having certain discussions and stuff. Like that would be some pretty badass shit.
And that's what you get in that. One of the scenes, just to harken back to something you didn't know, one of the scenes in there is that Luke is on the ship, and I'm forgetting what Mara Jade's ship was called. I want to say it was like Shadow Dancer or some shit like that. But Shadow Runner, I think is what. No, it's fucking Shadow something, right? Anyway, they're on the ship. They just got into this big ass fight. Bunch of Sith, Abeloth, all kind of shit, right? Luke is on the ship. Ben's on the ship. The ship is on the course. Ben is in there, and Ben is in there worried about his father because his father took some goddamn damage. He was in a pitch fucking battle. Luke is in there in a healing meditation. And yes, Jedis can heal themselves. It's a healing meditation that they do to try to fix stuff in their body and shit like that. If you saw like Ninja Assassin or whatever, when he's doing his jutsus and stuff like that and healing the parts of his body and shit like that, that's what the Jedis basically do. They just influence the Force to go to those damaged parts of themselves and start healing themselves, right? They can do that. It takes time. It takes a lot of use of the Force. If you understand how Jedis use the Force, they don't try to draw on it a lot. They don't try to draw on it a lot. It's like a rope. They're not trying to pull that shit all their way. That's what Sith do. Jedis use it like turning on a faucet. Little bit, little bit, little bit, little bit. That's why they'll use it for jumps, reflexes, stuff like that. Sith will just use it full on. They'll turn the spigot all the way on and just say, fuck it. Jedis don't use it like that. They use it sparingly. They're not trying to take too much of it, right? Because it's life force, right? It can't corrupt you. So, but that's what he was doing. He was so damaged in that fight. He was in a force meditation for a long fucking time, trying to heal his body and stuff like that. Because he was in a fight with like 3 or 4 Sith masters. Like, nigga, it was in a tight quarters. Oh, it was gritty. It was gritty fucking fight, dude. Shit was getting really real. Shit was getting really real. Luke was up to his ass. Mara's ship was dope though. Yeah, Mara's ship is dope. Mara is a dope character. And I can say this for John and Dave, and then I'm gonna probably close this shit out right now. But I'll say this for John and Dave. They want to bring all that extended universe stuff into the show. I applaud it in some ways, and I'm fearful in other ways. Right? They're bringing Mara into the Mandalorian. They're going to eventually introduce Luke having a child with Mara later on. Like, the stuff is coming. It's just going to take a while to get here, right? They're writing it. They got to do it. It's coming. It's in the pipeline to come out for the next 10 years or 5 years or whatever it is for Star Wars stuff. It's all going through John and Dave. I think they can get there a lot quicker if they stop focusing on just Dave's characters. Like, I'm fine with the Ahsoka show. I like Rosario Dawson. I'll see her swinging some lightsabers. I don't have a problem with it. Bo-Katan, I like Katie Sackhoff, but okay, I'll watch that for a little bit. But I'm going to need something else in between there that's actually moving shit along. Mandalorian Season 3 is coming in February. Cool. We're going to get more Luke stuff, more Ahsoka stuff, more Thrawn stuff, more Grogu stuff, all that shit thrown in there. Okay, is it a Mando movie or Mando show yet or what? It's just the way they're going about it. I worry a little bit. Because it's getting too much back to everybody needs to be swinging a fucking lightsaber. And that's not what I tune into the Mandalorian for. I tune into the Mandalorian to see people getting blaster bolts and coming in hot or cold.
Right. Like,
that's what it is. But
I was getting happy that you're finding pieces of armor and stuff. You're like, shit, can I?
Yeah, the armor quest was fine for me. The armor quest was fine. Like, oh, he just came up. He can upgrade that armor, man. It's like an RPG right here. It's like a role-playing game. I just improved my armor.
Listen, I almost cried when he got a jetpack finally. I said, you're one of them now. He's like,
jetpack, he made that shit off. He's like, gotta get me one of those. End of the episode, he got him one of those. Like, yes, they gave up. Got a jetpack now. And then they blew up his ship. I'm like, the fuck are you doing, man? I like the Razor Crest. What the fuck?
Right. Like,
No,
I,
nigga,
I,
Razor
I,
Crest model. Like, goddamn, R.I.P. Fucking killed that shit.
it was that's what I'm saying, man. Like you don't have to have a doggone you don't have to always swing a saber, man. Like some of the most badass people that I've seen in like the Star Wars universe, they didn't have a saber. They were just badass because they didn't need it. You know, I thought that was pretty. I thought that was the thing cool about it. You know, if you're a Jedi, cool, but you know what I'm saying. But you know, you didn't have to be one to get shit done. Shout out to Boba Fett. You know, dealing with Darth Vader. Darth Vader didn't always use fucking people wearing sabers to do dirty work. He said,
No,
hey, can you go to?
it was fucking dead. He was the only one. He didn't have to pull that shit. Look, that was a smart tactical move. Like, yeah, we took over, take all these motherfuckers out. I don't want nobody rising up again. Like, goddamn, dude. Drove him into hiding. They killed him. Like, Jesus. But
Yeah.
it takes all time. That's why I don't shit on it. It just came up in a conversation, and I thought, there's more to Star Wars than just this. And I don't have a problem with watching Star Wars when that doesn't happen. Because at this point now, I don't want them to overuse it. Look, Rey had a lightsaber the whole fucking time from episode 7 to episode 9. Was those good fucking movies? Are you happy about that shit? No, nigga. So when people just running around with lightsabers don't make it good. It don't. Like, I'm liking Andor more than I'm liking any of those 3 movies. And he ain't got a lightsaber one. He barely got a blaster right now. The nigga in prison. Like, only light he fearing is the one on the floor. Like, they about to shot me.
Right.
Get this spooge out this hose that I can eat. Maybe they give me some flavor. And watch the lights. If it's red, don't go. Like, shit. They tell him you better not sleepwalk. We'll find out. Don't sleepwalk. You're gonna find out. A shocking revelation. I'll tell you that much.
Like I said, it's all like I said, it's all hopefully they will try to get back. Shout out to DC. They definitely, this has been their year with the Batman. You was right, Artisan. The movie Black Adam, #1. It is #1 now. And
Still #1?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is the last weekend it'll be #1. It won't be #1 next weekend because Black Panther is out. But I will be interested to see what the fall off from Wakanda Forever is in the second week. I will be interested to see that.
That's true. That is true. But in a sense, what it proves to us is that DC, you can do it. You can definitely do it.
Well, it's not even that the DCEU can do it. It proves what the fans want to see. Because if you really want an indication, what did Black Adam do next to the Woman King? What did Black Adam do compared to Thor? Thor 4.
Yeah.
Now, Wakanda Forever is kind of like it's not really a comparison, but since it's out at the same year, you can compare it. But Wakanda Forever potentially has to do with brand recognition off the bat that Black Adam did not have. And it's the second movie as opposed to a first movie where you got to introduce a character to people. I think Black Adam did good for a first movie.
Yes, it did.
Did it make these projection that these motherfuckers is putting these ridiculous ass high ass 600 million? They got to do this. No. I saw one is like, oh, it's not going to be $1 billion movie. Like, whoever fucking said it was going to be $1 billion movie? The people in it wasn't saying it was going to be $1 billion movie. You're not hitting $1 billion in a recession like that now. Forget that shit. Look, only reason Spider-Man made it because he had 2 other Spider-Men and a whole cast of villains people wanted to see. Other than that, you can forget it. It wouldn't have made $1 billion. So quit tripping. Look, you got to make some shit that people want to see, and what they don't want to see is this woke shit. They don't want to see a bunch of female elevation. That's why Wakanda Forever is, is that going to be the last piece of chum in the water to get these motherfuckers chew y'all asses up? Because Marvel, y'all fucking up. Not fucking up bad and fast. Look, you can't keep. Look, you might as well take a break from movies for a minute. I know you got your slate all planned out, but look, that shit is not working now. And every time you throw more of this shit out there, you're just pissing people off greater and greater to greater and greater numbers, I should say. It doesn't behoove you to do that. I can just say that much. It doesn't behoove you. But go ahead and give your final thoughts, BMT, so I can close this out. And
Yeah, final thoughts from that. Other than that, great show as always. Definitely a breath of fresh air. God of War coming out this week. Yes. So if any of you guys are looking for a nice game to play, definitely on the lower side of a father-son type of dynamic duo, God of War, and Sonic Tier. For some of y'all who like that, if you're old nostalgia. There's a lot of good stuff. Andor, check it out. You know, go pick up the hard. I noticed you kept bringing up the hard copies. Buy the hard copies. That's very important. You know, I have a bad habit. I keep getting the digital, but hard copies.
You can get both. You can get both. I'm an old school tactile media guy, so I like having hard copies of books and stuff like that. So I can underline and make my underlines and stuff like that, and go back and read it again. Digital is all right if you're on the go a lot. Audiobooks is okay if you work with your hands and you just want to listen to a book, but you retain. For me, I retain the information differently from an audiobook than I do from reading the words on the page, because that's how you learn, especially in fantasy where you get people throwing in made up words and shit like that. It's easier if somebody else read it, but you should look at the word to understand how that shit is for me. I just remember it easier if I have it physically and I've actually had to look at it and read it, because it takes more time from me. It's more an investment on my part as opposed to earbuds in and maybe somebody was talking, maybe the dogs was barking, maybe something else was going on and I'm partly listening to it and partly not. When you're reading it, you're there. You're there. It's in your hands. You know it. You can see the page. You can smell the page. You can feel the page, and the words that's coming across, and you're like, "Holy shit!" It's more fun. So I do all three nowadays. But I will, even if I have the audiobook, I will go back and buy the physical copy, because you guys can't see it right here, but I got the Man Knot right here, Faces in the Bottom of the Well, Ratchet's Rouge, How to Eat to Live, you know, a bunch of comics. Game of Thrones and Fire and Blood. Every one of those books I just listed, I do have an audio, or not an audio. I do have the digital copy of it as well, so I can continue reading it either way.
I think the only book the first book I actually had was Drizzt. That's why I'm a huge fan. Like him, when he got his Black Panther, that his family is pretty fucked up.
Guinevere, the spiritual panther. Yeah.
They literally can do a show on fucking Drizzt. I promise y'all. Like, y'all really want. I promise me. That'd be a great show. And also,
depends on who did it. It could turn into the Wheel of Time.
That's why I said like Third Earth, or like their world of like fantasy is too fucking huge, man. Like they got their pantheon is too out there, man. That's why I say you don't need black elves. You got dark elves. What the fuck do you need black elves? You got a dark elves. They're way more cooler and shit.
They know different shit. I like how it's put to you in the Drizzt books is because they went underground to follow that Spider Queen.
Yes.
And learn different techniques. They just learn different techniques because that's the environment that they're in. But the wooden elves that stayed in the above ground, they know different shit too. So like the part I'm at with the Drizzt books, he's having a problem doing his levitation in the overworld. His levitation doesn't work the same way in the overworld. He can't really do it. Well, underground, he was doing this shit all the time.
Easily.
If you think about it, it's more of an enclosed place. It's more to buffer off of. Now he contending with wind and shit like that. You can't. It ain't working the same way, man. You working with different mana. You know, like you in the overworld, man. It's bright. All that dark magic don't work up here like that. Got to learn some different shit now. But yeah,
it's definitely, like I said, that's definitely a good book. Secret Wars. I'm actually starting to get more into reading Jonathan Hickman. That man that motherfucker's a prophet. I don't know what he be on. He must got to do a line before he writes these books. But
No, the one who does a line before he writes books is, I think it's is it Warren Ellis or Mark Millar? I think it's Mark. No, it's Grant Morrison. Grant Morrison does lines before he writes. He does do drugs.
I would not take it off some of them writers, man. But the way their mind be going with some of these books, like
the British dudes get it in, man. British cats be getting it in. I'm just telling you. They be doing some shit.
They'll put that shit in their key and write a whole goddamn Greek god fantasy pantheon for you and shit, and go right back at it. So I think that's that. Like I say, you guys check those out. Shout out to Artisan, man. I enjoy your shows, man. I'm watching you grow.
Appreciate you, man, coming through, sharing that little bit of information. Two Triv, I still want to know that book, nigga.
Yeah, I still want to know that shit too, dude. Where Leia beats Luke.
I forgot. Look, if I'm wrong, prove me wrong. Show me, because I don't have a problem saying, "Hey, I was wrong." Because it's been a while since I read I think it was 9 of those books. It's been a minute, so I could have missed it. I may not know every 300 pages of every one of them goddamn books, but if you saw it recently, show it to me. Tell me the page number. I'll go back and look at it.
What would be the context? I would like just to know what was the context of that for her to win. Like, were they just playing around? Were they training? Was it like,
it would have to be sparring, is what he said. But I don't remember that happening in that book at all. I do not remember that happening at all. That's why I broke it down to you story-wise where they were. They weren't even near each other except in the beginning. And then they were separated. Off doing their own shit. So,
yeah, but I was trying to who the hell was Luke training like that? Like playing around doing like Luke, you just stood off and like, okay, do this.
No, he trains with the what you understand. I'll say this and then I'm getting out of here. What you understand from the Legacy of the Force books is that Luke has like an inner circle, and his inner circle is his family. Because all his family is Jedis and shit like that, except for Han, who still cracks on the Jedis, even though he fucked one and got 3 kids that's Jedis. You know, he still crack on them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He has his inner circle of his people that are his family that are all Jedis. So they do their things. They do play their roles in the order. He's the Grand Master of the Order. But there are people outside of that, like Quran and some of those other people who became Jedis. He found them and they came to his first schools and stuff like that, and he taught them that he's really close with because he built this thing up from nothing. You know, he rebuilt the order. So they have a lot of respect for him. But that core group of his family, those are people who he usually train with. And then he got Mara right there. Mara was the person sent to fucking kill his ass. Emperor sent her to kill him. He turned her back to the light side.
Turned her out.
Yeah, on that D, boy. Right? So he spars. He got people he can spar with. But I don't think any of them is beating him. What the fuck? And even if they did, look, you're going to be looking at him with a side eyes like, you got lucky. You must have got lucky. Because reading those stories and seeing Luke in an actual fight, actually fighting somebody at that point, you ain't fucking with him. You might get some tags on him, but he'll pull out another force ability you didn't even know he knew. Yeah. He knew what Jason did when Jason did the Shatter Point. Luke knew exactly what the hell it was. So yeah, that's an art that's only been mastered by one Jedi, Master Windu from such and such era. He knew what the hell it was because he knew how to do it. He didn't teach it to everybody else. So when Jason did it, he was like, "Oh shit, I didn't know that." He didn't teach him.
I didn't reveal that to you.
Yeah, he knew exactly what it was from a description. His niece told him. He's like, "Yeah, this was such and such move. I know exactly what that is. Nobody should know that." Got to talk to Jason. Got to talk to Jason. Jason need a sitting down. You need a talking to because something going on over here with that boy.
All right,
They was
brother.
so hard up telling him he was going to be Darth Vader. Like when he finally went absolutely nuts on y'all asses, why was you surprised? You've been telling him he was going to be his grandfather forever. Like, y'all need to quit. Y'all made him into that shit. We just want some order. But all right, BMT, I'll let you step down. I'm going to go ahead and
All right,
get
brother.
here. Peace. Thank you, everybody, for coming through today, supporting the stream. We did 4 hours. I told y'all I was going to try to keep these streams shorter, so it makes it a little easier for you guys to watch it on a replay, especially since I don't put in chapter breaks or know how to do that shit yet. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. We did make the goal today, which I am happy about, but it did stop for the last 2 hours, which is I don't bullshit, but it is what it is. I do appreciate everybody who supported the stream because that's what keeps this thing running. StreamYards, YouTube, all of this shit. None of this stuff is for free. So if you come to somebody's show, don't be hesitant to drop something in their cup because they're doing a stream for you. They can sit there and talk to themselves for 4 hours or do something else for 4 hours. But if they're spending that time trying to give you content, feel the need to compensate them a little bit. I do it. I'm a content creator. Don't matter. So appreciate that. Footnote, I will say I started watching The Peripheral on Amazon with Chloe Gertz, whatever. I got some feels on that one. Because this is more, some of this seems regurgitated and some of it is interesting. But it's supposed to be from somebody else's book. But you got Jonathan Nolan and his wife, Lisa Joy, on it, which all she does is regurgitate other people's shit. So I'm 2 episodes in. It's coming out every week. And they're up to episode 5 right now, so I'm catching up on it. But it's interesting. The tech part of it is interesting right now. That's interesting. But I don't know. Something is bothering me about it. I was thinking about it last night while I was trying to sleep. So I lost that thought, but it'll come back to me when I start watching it again. I'm also going back and watching Daredevil season 1 on Disney Plus and remembering the good feelings I had from some Marvel properties because trying to get in a good headspace to watch Wakanda Forever. I will give you a reaction once I finish seeing the movie. I see it Friday. I am on call that weekend as well, so if I do a reaction, it will be a live reaction because I won't have time to sit down and edit anything. So be looking for that. I will try to get this Black Adam and this Doctor Strange and this Andor episode. I got a backlog of videos I got to do, you guys, and I haven't been sleeping right, so I've been tired. So just bear with me. Bear with me. I will try to make sure you get content that you can absorb. One of the ones I want to put out today, it got messed up on my phone, so it'll probably just be the audio of me and Tyler talking. A lot of this shit seemed prophetic because it's from months ago. A lot of it seems prophetic right now. It plays into what's going on right now. So thank you guys for coming through today. Appreciate you. This was Shop Talk Live. I do this every Sunday, rain or shine, home or not. 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We talk about geekdom and all things that fall under that. I have been artisanmc, and I will see you guys next time. Oh, and as a further footnote, forgot one thing. It's November. It's Scorpio season. My birthday is Saturday. So the stream Sunday, I might be on one. I might. I'm at work, so we'll see. But I will be possibly in rare form. If you don't know, this Tuesday is the blood moon, which means it's the total eclipse total lunar eclipse, which means the Earth passes in front of the sun and cloaks the moon in darkness, red darkness, which is the picture that I have up on this thumbnail. Tuesday is, just today the 6th? Yeah, today's the 6th. Tomorrow, Monday, is my son's birthday, my ex-wife's birthday, Joe Herb's birthday, and my cousin Katura's birthday. So shout out to all those Scorpios who have a birthday tomorrow. And then Tuesday is my cousin's birthday, my uncle's second son. So a lot of Scorpio birthdays happening for me this week. So if you got a Scorpio in your life, give them some appreciation, show them some respect. I tip a glass to all of you, and I will see you guys next time. Peace.